Why do Americans think that their lives are more important than the lives of Kenyans? That appears to be the national mood here, the overall sentiment across the country. There's near universal opposition to this U.S. plan to set up an Ebola quarantine facility or isolation ward in the country for Americans. The Law Society of Kenya has also filed a constitutional petition to essentially block the Kenyan government from doing this because, again, the same argument is that if Ebola is too dangerous for Americans, it is too dangerous for Kenyans. The Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union, that is the union representing 10,000 plus doctors in public and private hospitals, are opposed to it. They say that Kenya is a sovereign nation. It is not a geopolitical isolation ward, and that they will not allow the Kenyan government to give up public safety for foreign aid. That reference is because the U.S. has said it is committing $13.5 million to Kenya for Ebola preparedness efforts. Many Kenyans are offended by repeated statements from U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He said that the U.S. priority is to protect U.S. citizens and that they will do everything to ensure that Ebola does not get to the U.S. The corollary here, the way people see it here in Kenya, is that they're saying, oh, you can have Ebola over there in Kenya, but it cannot come to the U.S. even if they're American citizens. But the Kenyan government has not been fully transparent in terms of what deal they got into with the Americans. So far, there's been no response from the Kenyan government, and that is fueling a lot of speculation as to why President William Ruto's government got into this deal in the first place. And some Kenyans say it appears to be for the money, and they say return the money to the Americans and keep us safe, because they feel that the Kenyan health system, the healthcare infrastructure here is just not ready for an infectious virus like Ebola. Larry Medowo, CNN, Nairobi.
Judge Christopher Cooper of the Federal District Court in Washington on Friday ordered President Trump to remove his name from the Kennedy Center. The judge said only Congress has the power to change the institution's name. That ruling made Trump mad, so he posted a long social media message saying he had lost interest in saving the Kennedy Center and he is handing it over to Congress. Trump could live with complying with the judge's order as long as his face appears on the pages of the U.S. passport and on special $250 bills the Treasury Department is printing to mark 250 years of U.S. independence. Meanwhile, Kenyans are mad about the proposed Ebola isolation facility that the Trump administration proposed to build inside an airbase that is 125 miles from Nairobi in Kenya. The 50-bed triage, quarantine, and isolation unit was to house American citizens exposed to the Ebola virus in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. A Kenyan high court halted the proposed project. It is 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 8:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya, and 1:30 p.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you are joining us from, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Ogbunwezeh. In Nigeria, most political parties have all but concluded primaries. The 2027 presidential election is shaping up to be similar to the 2023 election. President Bola Tinubu is leading the ruling party as he fights for re-election. At the same time, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Goodluck Jonathan, Omoyele Sowore, and others are again opposition candidates, though some are running in new political parties. On our show today, we welcome back Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh in the light of the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran, the expanding development of drones, AI, and the related new Scramble for Africa. He joins us for a timely and far-reaching conversation on Africa's place in a rapidly changing world. How should Africans read the changing world? Together, we will examine the continent's vulnerabilities, opportunities, historical burdens, and strategic choices in an age defined by technology, power, and fierce global competition. Can Africa stay relevant in the centuries ahead, or will it once again become a spectator while others design the future?
In your program, give Tinubu 100 years, he will not know what to do with Nigeria. He doesn't have the capacity or the competence to govern Nigeria. Anybody challenge me on the indices. It's nothing personal. Tinubu cannot revive Nigeria. Tinubu doesn't have what it takes. He doesn't even know what to do with the country. He's very busy battling his own challenges, personal and health challenges. He has no idea where to start with Nigeria. So anybody who is waiting and trusting him, okay, tell me, his first 100 days in office, which policy has he introduced to stem the inflation in the country or to hold back on the downward slide of the naira? You came to power. The first thing you did without any plans, yeah, I'm going to remove subsidy because your IMF cheerleaders and those guys you met at Chatham House told you that you must do that as a reason, as a ground for you to come to power.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. It's Sunday, the last Sunday in May, Sunday, May 31st, 2026. We are glad to have back in the studio a man that most of you know that doesn't need long introduction, Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you, Rudolph. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, for you, not having you here every 2 months or so, that's what they are saying now to help us understand what's going on in the world. Thank you so much for joining us. I have to say, for those who are asking, that the person that read the news is my new intern. So we are changing a few things here. So Franklyne, welcome. And let's begin by talking about the world today. I think every day we wake up these days, with the way things are happening, we have to ask a question. How are things in the world? Are we safe?
Well, as for being safe, I don't think the doomsday clock has actually moved a wee nearer than we had envisaged in the past. There is a war going on in Europe, which many people seem to have forgotten. The Russians are still battling the Ukrainians, and is now getting to the dangerous levels. Putin has been warning the Europeans that if they don't take time, that Russia will, remove the gloves and then come for the jugular. And we have seen what Trump and Netanyahu convoked in Iran, and the Iranians are stuck like a piece of fish bone on the throats of the empire. So the American empire, as far as anybody is concerned, is finished at this moment. Okay. So do we talk about Nigeria, Africa? The Americans are taking a beating in Iran, and they are refocusing on the Western, what they call the Western Hemisphere. And they are going for the resources of the African nations, as we can see. They have renegotiated drone bases in Nigeria after being kicked out of Agadez by the Nigerians. So we are not safe, actually. School kids are being kidnapped off Nigerian schools, and our government, looks askance at every other person instead of finding solutions to the problem. Nigerian streets are not safe. Travelers are routinely kidnapped, killed. People are killed in their homes. And we are now fighting for the crumbs of an election that is turning out to be a farce in itself. So the state of the world, actually, the world is not healthy at the moment. It seems that we are in an age where sociopaths are in power. Do we talk about Trump? Do we talk about Netanyahu, who is committing a genocide in Palestine and in Lebanon? Do we talk about the sociopaths running African nations, especially Nigeria? People who don't know what to do with power. So, it is the life of the citizen is a Hobbesian state of nature. Anybody who has read Thomas Hobbes will quite understand what is happening. There's a fear of violent death accompanying all of us. Man has become wolf to man today. So we are actually not safe. That's my assessment. We can dive into it further as we go on in the program.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm happy you mentioned all those. Let's begin with Iran, the war with Iran. How is it going? People are surprised that a war that Trump told us ended the second day is still going on. This is more than 60, going to 90 days of this war. What is going on? Why do we have these stalemates?
Well, there's no stalemate. All the Iranians needed to do was to survive, and they have survived. And they have pulled out the strategic advantages that they've had all this while. What is happening in Iran is what happens when an empire is on its last throes of death. Okay. And then when an empire appoints an unintelligent man to a highest office, that's what Donald Trump is. There's no mincing words about that. Every American president, if you look at the history, the enmity between Iran and the United States was caused by the United States itself. When the British Empire was expiring, it handed over its flotsam and jetsam to the Americans. The CIA engineered a coup against Mossadegh in Iran in 1953 because the Iranians wanted to use Iranian oil to develop the country for the people. But the Americans in Washington says, no, it belongs to us. The CIA and the MI6 in England engineered a coup, kicked the guy out. The Iranians never forgave them about that. Okay? So, and then they installed a man, a Shah, and trained his secret police who jailed a generation of Iranians, tortured them to boot. The Iranians never forgot that. The victims of history never forget. That's the major problem. The perpetrators always forget. Hey, why you should forget it. But the victims never forget because they bear the scars on their bodies and the frames. So the revolution came in 1981. The Ayatollah came in from France, and then they kicked out the Shah. And what happened? They held Americans hostages in the American embassy in Tehran. That led to the fall of the Carter presidency, and Ronald Reagan beat him to it. Okay, so and it was on Reagan's inauguration that the Iranians released the American hostages that they've been holding for over 400 days. So people don't know the complexities of that. They think that started today. So it was the Americans that have actually gone into a country they never understood to try to topple the people who just wanted to be left alone to chart their own path. Okay, so the Israelis have, on their own part, seen the Iranians as the only obstacle to being a hegemon in the Middle East. And Netanyahu made it his life political ambition to destroy Iran. He has been, since 1996, he has been saying every other year that Iran is 2 weeks away from building a nuclear bomb. And he has been lying about it before the records are there. So he found, even Barack Obama said that Netanyahu tried to convince his government to go to war against Iran. And that was what led to the JCPOA, where the United States and 5 major developed advanced nations sat together and got Iran to agree not to go for the nuclear bomb. And what happened? Trump came in his first term, tore that agreement to shreds. That was what kept Iran at bay. And then Netanyahu found a man Friday that could do his bidding, and that was Trump. And he foolishly marched into Iran, decapitated the Iranian government, and thinking that will topple the regime, the Iranians stood firm and fought back. Today, America's imprint in the Middle East is non-existent. The Iranians have destroyed every American base in Bahrain, in the UAE, even in, across the Middle East. And now they have activated their ownership of the Straits of Hormuz. Anybody that wants to pass the Straits of Hormuz has to take permission from us or pay the tolls to that effect. And over 20% of the world's oil and maritime resources pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So they are holding the whole world at the jugular. The Americans, so it's killing the Ayatollah. It's not a problem. The problem is winning the war, getting things to where they were before the war started. So the Iranians hold all the cards. So Trump is now flailing like a drowning man. They are not winning this, and they are not going to get. There is no way that the United States is going to win this. So the only option is what this man violated in the first place: diplomacy. You have to sit down and talk to these people. You killed their leadership, because that's what the Israelis, strong point, murdering their opponents while they are negotiating. So you killed what all the time that Iran was negotiating with the United States. The United went out of their way to attack the Iranians. So you killed their leadership, and then what? The Iranians have remained steadfast. Iran is an ancient civilization. This is a civilization that has been 5,000 years in existence. And America, that is only 200 and something years, thinks that you could wipe out this civilization that has seen it all. Trump even threatened it. I will send the Iranian civilization to the Stone Age. Who told you that? These guys they saw Genghis Khan. They have seen every empire come and go. They saw the Romans. And then you think that with your new bomb that well, we are seeing that today. So the Americans have bitten more than they could chew at this time. So the only option now is for diplomacy, and they start talking to these people in real terms. And the times for treachery is over. The Iranians are not bulging. So Trump is just trying to fill the coffers of his friends by manipulating the market, pledging that we are doing. They are not doing it. It's just to keep the oil market stable. And then people are betting on that from his administration. So I have never seen this level of criminality in governance in a so-called bastion of democracy. It has never happened. This is one of the most corrupt administrations I've seen in American history. I'm sorry, but that's what the facts show.
So I wanted to say that the last statement that Trump issued about this conflict, he basically drew the line and said, we are not going to allow them to have nuclear weapons. We are going to get rid of the nuclear materials. We're not going to give them money back because they are looking for. We're not going to lift sanction and give money to them the way Biden did. So things like that. He mentioned those things. Do you think that it's possible because what he's worried about is PR, public relations, and how people will perceive the final deal, which is that they'll compare it to the one that Obama had. So is it possible for him to get a deal with Iran? Because based on that statement he issued, they postponed the issue of how long will they say that Iran will not pursue nuclear power or nuclear weapon or something like that. They put it for later. But the basic timeline, which is what they are debating back and forth now, is that it has to look better than what Obama got from Iran. Is that possible?
Well, the issues are very clear. The Iranians were never gunning for nuclear weapons. There was a fatwa in 2003 from the Ayatollah Khomeini that Trump murdered. This fatwa was binding on the IRGC and the whole structure of the Iranian government, that they were never, ever going to go for a nuclear weapon, because the Ayatollah perceives nuclear weapon as an instrument of Satan. So it held a serious religious significance for them. They were never, ever in the business of trying to produce nuclear weapons. Forget the lies the Israelis were telling. There is no evidence that the Iranians were going for nuclear weapons. Don't forget that even before the JCPOA, that Obama approved the sending of the Stornex virus that destroyed the centrifuges in the Iranian nuclear industry. Americans did that. And Israel has spent years assassinating Iranian nuclear scientists. And Iran has always pleaded, we are using this for peaceful purposes, which we have a right to. And the JCPOA gave the United States, the International Atomic Energy Organization, ringside seat in everything that the Iranians are doing. And none of these organizations have come back to say that the Iranians are going for nuclear weapons. The American intelligence services told Trump, even before those attacks, that Tulsi Gabbard, before the American Congress, testified that there is no evidence that Iran is going for a nuclear weapon. So where is Trump getting his information? He said in the plane that he doesn't care what Tulsi Gabbard said. You're director of national intelligence. So where are you getting your information from? From the Israelis? So we have seen the intelligence that he got from the Israelis, that the Iranian regime will collapse once they decapitate it. Has it collapsed? No. That the people will rise up and then overthrow the Ayatollah from the streets. Has that happened? No. Trump even confessed that the United States was arming the Kurds to march into Iran and help the protesters. The Kurds said, we have been used often by this country. We're not doing it. It's not for us. It's not our war. And Mossad, even Mike Pompeo had to confess. He wrote it on Twitter. Okay, we salute the Mossad agents that are on the ground on the streets of Tehran. So, and they have been bandying about figures that Iran has murdered over 30,000 of us, which is pure lies. There's no evidence to that effect anywhere. And the people manufacturing those, cooking those numbers are in Washington. None of them is on the streets of Tehran. So all these are just to give dogs a dog a bad name in order to hang it. And that tells you that most of the things you've been told about countries that America has invaded, all of them have been propaganda and manipulation and lies. And that led me to one thing. While I was researching some of my works I was writing in the past, I came upon the fact, I was asking myself, why are the North Koreans so very closed in themselves? Why are they behaving the way they are behaving? I realized that the United States committed a genocide in Pyongyang in 1952. They wiped off that city. That was why the North Koreans decided that they are going to have a nuclear weapon, that nobody is ever going to inflict such a punishment on them anymore. So for me, Iran would be stupid if they are not considering going for a nuclear weapon at this time, because it shows that the United States and Israel can just march in and attack you whenever they want if you don't have anything to protect yourself. That was what happened. They destroyed the Osirak nuclear reactor in Iraq in 1982. And shortly after, Iraq became a tool that they could play on, and Iraq has been destroyed. Muammar Gaddafi gave up his own nuclear ambitions. And what happened? They had to rape him with pipes, a guy that gave his people the best of lives. So America could just march in. If you don't have anything to protect us, they could just march in and do whatever they want with you. That's what they have shown us. They are now harassing Cuba because Cuba doesn't have the Soviet Union anymore to back them up. So the America is just trampling around like a bully that is on death throes. It's awful actually to watch. And they are just telling every other person that we can do whatever we want with you whenever we want it with you. And the shameless American officials are saying that publicly, undiplomatically. Marco Rubio, okay, he came to Munich to lecture the Europeans, and people were clapping for him. I am telling you, it's more dangerous to be alive in these days. That's what it is.
The analysts some analysts are beginning to look at the world. Every war changes the structure of the world, and they are looking at this one with Iran, and they are saying that at the end of it all, whichever way it ends, that Saudi Arabia, all the Arab nations, are going to demand more. They are going to form new alliances. They are going to say, how is it that Israel is being protected and their countries were not protected? They were getting hit by Iranian drones. They are going to maybe go for more arms so that they can, it's going to transform the world. What do you see in terms of when this ends and how it will end?
The world is already transformed. Iran has become a major power. Okay, anybody that has anything to say, it has to consult Iran about the Strait of Hormuz. So the realignments are already happening. Okay, even before, much more than we can see. Yeah, people have come to see that the promises that the American empire made to them have been all false promises. Okay, they compelled the Saudis to sign an agreement that they're going to be selling their oil in petrodollars. Okay, and then in return, the Saudis would get American protection. But when the Israel-Iranian war started, they were moving the Patriots and THAAD missiles to protect Israel instead of protecting Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states that they promised to protect. So they are seeing what is happening. And I believe at the end of it all, people are going to be taking a beaten path to Tehran to ask for their hand in cooperation more than they were going to be doing to the Americans anymore. If you remember, you have to know that the British Empire was buried in the Suez Canal when the French and the British attacked Gamal Abdel Nasser in Egypt, attacked Suez Canal. And then the Egyptians buried some, torpedoed some ships and then closed off the Suez Canal. That was when the Americans actually rose to the fore. And then they told the British, no, you better stay your hand. And that was the end of the British Empire as we know it. Forget the beating they took in during the war, Second World War. But it was actually buried at the Suez Canal. The Straits of Hormuz is going to be the burial grounds of the American Empire. Just mark this. Trump is not actually smelling the coffee. He is still been. The day America decides to send ground troops into Iran, that's the end of the American Empire. Or else they will convoke a nuclear conflagration, which I don't see being possible.
Now, you're talking about American Empire. There was this meeting that happened in Beijing where Trump went to meet
Xi
Xi.
Jinping.
Yeah, and how do you see the outcome of that meeting? A lot of people are interpreting it as that is the point where China showed that they have become, because America, Trump went with all the business with billionaires out of America to go there and essentially came back with nothing, according to analysts. What do you see?
What I saw was what the analysts saw it was very clear. The United States went to China to hand over the baton to China. China is now the new world leader. Forget the American pretensions; they have seen it. Trump went to China, to Beijing, with his best 11, and this best 11 were not able to convince the Chinese. Okay, they started a trade war with the Chinese on their microchips, AI, to power the new AI thing. And then it was under Biden. Biden made sure that the Chinese were not getting the NVIDIA chips that they required for their AI revolution and industries. And what did the Chinese do? They never made a fuss about it. They started subsidizing innovation from within. And today, China is no longer dependent on the United States for those chips, or Europe. Okay? China has secured tomorrow. So they just went to hand over the baton of world global leadership to the Chinese. And the Chinese started immediately to show them, hey, if you sanction our banks, we are telling our banks not to listen to you. You cannot order us around. And the one China policy, the issue about Taiwan, is not up for discussion. It's our internal thing. So Trump didn't even speak about it. And Trump came back and told Taiwan, hey, we are suspending the weapons delivery that you guys have paid for. Okay? In subservience to the Chinese. So the Chinese actually have come into their own at this time, and rightly so, because America spent her existential capital fighting only wars that are not necessary. Okay, America could have built a world that is based on cooperation with other nations. It would have been for everybody's interest, but an empire drunk on its self-importance, started throwing its weight around. Okay. Tell me a single decade that America did not go to war since its founding. There is none. And what have the Chinese gone to war in the last 100 years? Ask yourself that. Or in the last let's say 50 years. The Japanese invaded in the Second World War, and the Chinese supported the Vietnamese during the Vietnam War. So do China go about invading people? No, they took time to build their industrial base. And this is, for me, I see, the end of an era is coming. The American epoch of the American dominance is coming to an end. The Chinese have risen. Their era is coming. And this is in between, in this Venn diagram, and at the center is a chance for the African continent, if African leaders have anything like vision. Okay, this is a time for them to actually come in and then see. These empires are very busy trying to figure out what is happening. We can now make a dash for our own liberty.
We'll get to Africa and Nigeria in a moment, but let me play a video that I tagged the world today and get your reaction from that video.
Worth this morning of $2.3 trillion. Elon wants to raise it by $1 trillion, but already the 10 richest Americans have $2.3 trillion of wealth. That's a lot for 10 people, 10 individuals. That's not 10 companies. That's not 10 clans. That's 10 people. But they also happen to own a lot more. They own the White House. They installed the vice president. They determine U.S. government policy. They will own the cryptocurrencies, which will become our main currencies. They own all of the big platforms on which we communicate. They own YouTube, of course, which is the channel where I'm able to say sometimes things that are not in the U.S. government's liking, but I don't know for how long. They own my email address. They own the full knowledge of every keystroke I've made in the last 10 years, no doubt. They own my privacy. They own the newspapers like the Washington Post, owned by Jeffrey Bezos. They will own TikTok shortly, TikTok USA, because Larry Ellison is buying it on behalf of Benjamin Netanyahu, and Ellison will give it to his son as a nice gift. He's already given to his son Paramount Studios, Paramount Media, and CBS News. It's quite a world. And that's just 10 or so Americans. So we're in a very strange concentration of power, I think the likes of which we've never seen before. It has already destroyed democracy. We are democratic in form only, but we don't have a sensible non-democratic system. We have a privatized system, which is quite different. In China, which is not a democracy, it is a technocracy, and the business sector is subordinate to the government, clearly, as Jack Ma found out. In the United States, it's the other way around, which is the government is subordinate to the particular corporate class now of the big tech sector. So we're in a governance adventure as well. The difference of the utopian and the dystopian vision of AI is politics. Will there be general well-being depends on how we use our surplus. If all the surplus goes to the top, then we will have mass impoverishment.
All right, if all the surplus goes to the top, we will have a massive impoverishment. How do you see this new world that is shaping up? The AI, the drones that are going to fight, we're seeing in Iran, and also not just Iran, in Ukraine, drones are going to fight wars of tomorrow. AI is essentially taking over everything. Every field is AI induced. How do you see this world, and where is Africa in it?
Oh, well, thank you. First of all, I have to say, listening to Jeffrey Sachs, one of my favorite professors, is always a delight. He's one of the most intelligent men I've ever encountered. He's a very ethical conscience, and he's a fearless, advocate for the well-being of every human individual, no matter where the person comes from. So I have absolute respect for that man. He's one of anybody who has not read his books or is following him is missing out on a lot of education. First of all, let me just touch on what he said before addressing the question you threw at me. I have to disagree with Professor Sachs on one thing. What America is today didn't start today. America was never a democracy. America was, from its founding, an oligarchy of white landowners. Okay? So they came on over to the United States, genocided the American Indians out of existence, wiped a whole people out of existence, put the rest in reservations, claimed their land as their manifest destiny, and sat down there to build a society on the back of African slave labor. And while they were doing this, they called themselves a democracy, and then the Declaration of Independence and all whatnot, and what Jefferson allegedly wrote, that all men are created equal and then are imbued by their creator until, for the pursuit of happiness and all whatnot. But this was while they were holding Africans as slaves. Africans never had the right to vote. Okay? Even women were marginalized. So America was never, from its founding, America was never a democracy. America was a genocidal state, constructed for the best interest of the white man. It's not racist to say these are the facts of history. Anybody can read Howard Zinn's People's History of the United States. That's just the thesis. And that he adduced enough evidence to that effect. So, and that America is now trying to colonize the AI for the oligarchy. It's always been that way. We knew in the 60s it was the United Fruit Company that was running the American government and the CIA. And they went about overthrowing every government in Latin America, from Arbenz in Guatemala to every other person, Nicaragua, to every other person who wanted to use the resources of the land to better the interests of his people. So the CIA went about murdering people, The whole of life. That's where we got the term banana republics, because of United Fruit Company. And the very first or the second CIA director, Allen Dulles, was it that he and his brother were directors in the United Fruit Company. So the American political system, the Democrats and the Republicans, Noam Chomsky called them the two faces of the business party. America is a corporatocracy. Okay, the corporates govern the society. So they're not subordinate to the government. They are the ones that actually appoint who governs. So if the corporations doesn't bless you, you will never become an American president. These are what the facts state. So where do I see the world in view of AI today taking over everything? Well, human beings have been on this planet for eons. We evolved to this point. And then we are the ones trying to create logical systems and call them artificial intelligence. They are still artificial, though. Human beings will still be here, okay, if we don't destroy ourselves with the work of our hands. The wars of tomorrow, if we don't use nuclear weapons, the wars of tomorrow are going to be, that we are seeing it now. Palantir became very popular or very notorious in what its director has been propounding. An unethical, attack on the privacy and the right to life of human individuals. And he is so very proud of that. He was if people don't agree with us, we kill them. Okay, the Americans and the Israelis have been doing that. If people disagree with you, go ahead and kill them. And we said after the Second World War that we should beat our weapons into plowshares. It stands before the United Nations building in New York. So the world of tomorrow is frightening. We cannot say all of it yet. The Iranians have proven that even with needle pricks, you could defeat an empire. Okay. The AI is going to be incorporated in most areas of our lives. They're going to be they're going to take over most of the many tasks that human beings perform. I don't know the society we are going to create after that, but the way it looks now, I'm looking up to China to be the savior of the human race, because China has succeeded in subordinating the interests of capital to the general good. The government is above capital. The government is there to distribute the wealth of the society across board so that it will be for the best interest of every other person. America degenerated into a rampaging capitalism where only profit matters, where the life of man is nothing but to become solitary, nasty, brutish, and short, like Thomas Hobbes said. So I'm looking towards the East with the Confucianism, this philosophy that human beings are worth something to save us in the long run after capitalism. The rampaging type that we have in the West must have succeeded in destroying all of us, because that's what it's bent on doing. Where do I see Africa? We have not even started. Africa, we are just like toddlers in the racetracks of development. So what matters? Let me use Nigeria, the giant of Africa, as a typical example. We saw the party primaries. People are distributing meat to voters to buy their votes. They're no longer content in distributing money or bags of rice. Now meat, pieces of meat, so that people will go and sell their votes and consciences and mortgage the future and posterity of their children to politicians who are nothing but refined crooks. So we have not even started. We are being silently recolonized. We saw the French president, Emmanuel Macron. He went to Kenya to dance to East Africa and tell us that the French are the Pan-Africanists. This guy has been insulting our intelligence all this while. You should ask yourself, what is so important that would make a French president leave every concern he has at the Élysée Palace to fly all the way to Africa to dance? Africans think that he's coming there just to dance because he's a fool. No, he has his eyes set on something. The Sahelian states of Africa have kicked out the French. You have to know. Anybody who doesn't understand this history doesn't know what is wrong with Africa. That's why when people tell me that Africans don't succeed because African governments are corrupt, it's not true. Corruption is just a symptom. African leaders, African governments are imperial vassals. Africa never gained independence. All those people governing across board in Africa are moderated. They are puppets being teleguided from Western capitals. And people will tell me, don't Africans have agency? They have no idea. The complex web of the war that was created after the Second World War at the Bretton Woods in 1944. They have no idea how 20%, over 60% of Francophone Africa's bank deposits are in the French capital. And for these countries to access their money, they have to write what they need the money for to the French authorities, and they will approve it. Your own money, your own monetary policy is being determined in France. Okay? So, and we think that we are independent. So that's, that was the radical change that happened in the Sahelian regions of Africa. It's not about the uranium or what, it's about the monies. Because even Jacques Chirac said it. France is being subsidized by Africa. That's what it has been. Do we talk about the guys in Nigeria and Lagos? We know that it's all over the place. Everybody who did a little bit of research will know. The Americans have been teleguiding who governs Nigeria. Even up to the fact that Henry Kissinger personally gave the orders that Murtala Mohammed should be assassinated in 1976. Okay, so what is new? They are only imperial warrant chiefs. So it's not about corruption. It's just only, a very simple. No African country is more corrupt than the United States. They call it lobbying. Okay, so it's because of the challenges are so very much that it's very difficult to break, and that's why I say Africans should start looking towards acquiring power, serious power, for them to make a breakthrough.
How would they do that?
Nuclear power. During the process of dismantling apartheid, the South Africans had a nuclear weapons program, but the whites never wanted it to get into the hands of a majority black government, so it was dismantled and created and gotten out of the country. An African country needs to break out and have its own nuclear weapons. Then the West will leave you alone to develop. They don't mess with countries that have nuclear weapons. They don't mess with China. They didn't mess with India. And these guys are marching on. So if you have something like that would frighten somebody coming to teleguide your destiny, they will think twice before coming to you to mess up with you. Nobody disturbs North Korea today. If the North Koreans want, they could just align with China and get whatever they want. Okay? So African countries need to bond together and create a nuclear program. We need our own defense. Okay? So, and we need actually to chase once and for all these colonial masters out. Africa has never been granted it. Nobody grants you independence anyway. You have to fight for it. We never fought enough for it. So as the English left, as the colonial masters left, the Americans came in through the back door. Okay, you need to read the book White Malice. That's all it detailed. The CIA came for a recolonization of Africa, and they succeeded. That was why Nkrumah was kicked out in Ghana. That was why Lumumba was murdered in the Congo, and the Americans have never left. Okay, and they have their own boys doing the yeoman's job for them across board. Talk to me.
You mentioned the Sahel region and how they kicked out the French, but can you talk more about this new relationship? How France is trying to build new relationship with the English-speaking part of Africa, including
Nigeria.
Our president lives, most of the time in
Paris. We know that.
And for him to arrange this conference in Nairobi, Kenya, with William Ruto, the French president, and even someone like Tony Elumelu, telling us to forgive France for what they did the country did in the past. Is it that this message is not getting across to African elite?
Anybody that tells you to forgive France doesn't know history. He's as ignorant as they come. He's just trying to protect his wealth. Okay, he's trying to protect his money. He doesn't know shit about Africa. What Africans suffered at the hands of the French. He needs to read about Jean-Jacques Foucault, the guy that implemented the France-Africa policy of the French government. They raped Africa to no end. Okay. That's why, a dead man is still the president of Cameroon today, Paul Biya. He doesn't live in Cameroon. He lives in Geneva. Okay. So, and then being supported by the might of the French intelligence. All those guys were, that was why they parachuted Ouattara, even though Gbagbo won the elections in Cote d'Ivoire. Okay, they picked up their man Friday. They have been placing their men across the government houses across Africa. So, if you want to know, when the Sahelian states kicked out the French, what happened? They turned over to Nigeria and wanted Tinubu to send Nigerian troops to go and fight Niger Republic. Tinubu nearly signed off on that. It took David Udenyi blowing the whistle that showed the orders have already been given to the military formation to prepare for war against Niger. That woke up the Northern Caucus in the Nigerian Senate to say, hey, the Nigerians are our brothers. We don't even think about involving Nigeria in a war with Niger Republic. It was the French. They wanted us to donate the bodies to go and kill our brothers across the border to secure French interests. That has been divide et impera, what empires have used to cross borders since time began. So they are excellent masters in using this tactic. And they sow divisions, Africans fight each other, and then they come for the resources. So it has always been that way. The CIA, that's one of their major stock in trade. They come into a country, arm an ethnic group, ethnic militia, to fight the central government, destabilize the whole place. And then they will sweep in for the resources. They will come to the government and say, hey, come on. They will bring the disease and offer you the cure. And then in exchange, you sell off your country to them. And this is why many people strongly suggest that what is happening in northern Nigeria is an intelligence operation. The indices are there. Okay, so
we get to that. We get to Nigeria. Before we zero in on Nigeria, I wanted to talk about this Ebola outbreak in Democratic Republic of Congo. It's not because it happens every now and then, but this one is different. It's a new strain of the virus. Mm-hmm. But there was something that happened, and in the news that we had, we saw that the Americans decided that they won't bring anybody infected with that virus into America, but they will go and establish in Kenya a hospital where they will treat Americans who are infected. And the reaction was unanimous. Yeah, Kenyans said no. Even a judge in Kenya stopped the government from doing that, which is not the kind of thing you hear in Nigeria. So yeah, I want you to talk about that in that context, and then maybe connect it to the idea that African countries, we had this deal that the American government is signed with African countries on health information and
health data and information. Yeah.
What is going on? What is going on?
Some countries refuse to sign it, but Nigeria, I guess, signed it because our president was parachuted into office by forces that we don't know. But the issue, the racism of it all, the racism and the denigration of human dignity of it all. The Americans believe that their lives are more important than the lives of the African. That's why they believe that they could come to Kenya, build a hospital that would treat Americans only on African soil before letting them back to the States, but not Africans. The racism behind this, and this tells you, Chinwezu, I used to have email exchanges with that great mind. Chinwezu used to tell me that the problems that we have in the world today is white supremacy. And white supremacy is a racist ideology. And I believe him today. The weight of evidence leans in his favor. Chinwezu was the guy that wrote The West and the Rest of Us, a magnus opus. Anybody who has not read that work doesn't know anything about Africa or doesn't know anything about how the West relates to the rest of us. Okay? So the racism, the weight of... Anyway, what should I say? America has always treated black humanity as nothing. They enslaved us in chains for 400 years. Okay? Jim Crow followed for another donkey years. African Americans are still even not free, with redlining and all whatnot, the police killing. Michelle Alexander wrote a very beautiful work, The New Jim Crow. It's an excellent read. The police are still killing Africans. So this racist, it's not this racist anthropology that sees the African as subhuman, although the African is the Urmensch, is humanity itself. persists in many decision-making bodies across the West. It's not only the United States of America. So you see it in the way the Belgians treated the Congolese. King Leopold was harvesting a pyramid of human wrists in the Congo because the people couldn't harvest enough rubber to fuel his greed. So this racist anthropology subsists across, but we still see it today. It has not even ended. So that the United States will come. That's why even Trump, they're trying to foment trouble in South Africa, that there is a white genocide against the Africans. So across board, you will see, explosions of this racism, and then you are shocked. Watch when Trump addresses African Americans, especially women. Then you will see he doesn't hold back, and then the people are afraid to call him a racist. Okay, so the racism of it all, and the fact that African governments, African leaders are playing along. Many of them a lot of them are compromised, so they cannot do any other thing apart from. But that tells you that the young people in Kenya are more active politically in their life than what we have in Nigeria. The Nigerians are very busy staying in churches and being dumbed down by illiterate and ignorant pastors, telling them to go home to pray, that God will solve all their problems. But the Kenyans are on the streets. They took Ruto to task when he wanted to pass a bill that will tax young Kenyans. So the government is afraid of the young people in Kenya. Now, government is not afraid of us in Nigeria. The government should be afraid of the people because the people are the sovereign. Power belongs to the people, not to these leaders. These leaders are the servants of the people. But in Nigeria, that's not the case. And that's why they take us for a ride. And they seem to be in cahoots with religion to dumb down the Nigerian young people. Or when the young minds rise, like they did at Lekki, the End SARS movement, they are, brutal, bludgeoned to extinction with the force of the state, and nothing happens. Okay, so Nigerian government are not afraid. So many African governments are run by compromised men who have no business being in government. And the earlier we chase these undesirable characters away from our sources of power and social legitimacy, it's not going to be uhuru for Africa. Okay, then you can ask yourself, how many of them are intelligent enough to articulate a speech, a vision, like Nkrumah did in Ghana, or like Lumumba did in Congo, or like Nnamdi Azikiwe and Awolowo did in Nigeria? How many of them? Listen to their speeches. Watery and useless. It's only Peter Obi that is just trying to, think like somebody with a vision. Who? Tell me, across board. Ghana is very busy passing a law to hunt homosexuals, as if to say homosexuals are the problem, why the Ghanaian economy is not moving. Sometimes you think that whoever did the Babalawo that did this to us, I don't know, maybe he's dead for centuries. I don't know what our problem is. But the point is, our destiny lies in our. Shakespeare said it. Every bondsman in his hands lies the key to cancel his captivity. Until we take the reins of our societies ourselves. Nobody's coming to save us all. God, Sophocles equally said it. Heaven will never help those who never act. If we keep on praying in Nigeria, it's our business. Prayer doesn't solve political problems. You can pray from now to kingdom come.
When you look at Africa, do you see any sign of hope? Where is Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso? Is that the path that you think most that will lead Africa to the promised land? Because I don't know. What do you think? Where do you see hope?
I find him a courageous young man, just like Thomas Sankara before him. You should know that Burkina Faso has always been a breeding ground for revolutionary spirits. Okay, because those people have seen the speaking ends of French perfidy. Okay, so I see him as a shining light. But a lot of other countries should, he's one man. Okay, a society should be well irrigated with the revolutionary spirit before anything could happen. There needs to be a revolution can only be successful if 3% of the population are in on it. So do we have it's called the critical mass. I don't see the critical mass in Nigeria. Okay, we have been so divided by tribalism, okay, that no Nigerian today sees a Nigeria that functions. Okay, a lot of people have given up. They have resigned to it. The people from the East will tell you, give us Biafra, as if to say Biafra is the issue. It will never solve any problem. If we get Biafra, we'll keep on dividing, subdividing. Everybody will want to be a chief in his own village. Watch the name and the titles that the Igbo man bears. It tells you that it's going to be catastrophic. The Yorubas want their man, Tinubu, to be there, to be president. It's our turn now to eat. Okay? The Hausas want to get back to power to ensure their dominance. But nobody has a commanding vision of a Nigeria that can function. Without even knowing that China, there are dialects in China. There are people, various peoples in China. The Uyghurs, the Tibetans. But China has been able to unite itself around a common vision and pushing development to every other corner of China. They have the population, and population is a key index in development. Nigeria has a population, but we are so very fragmented along lines that are very, very insignificant to matter, that we can come together. We cannot come together. If Nigerians are able to come together like they did, like the young people did at the end SARS protest, Nigeria will be gone in to be one of the greatest countries in this universe. But unfortunately, we have let insignificant and infinitesimal issues take us off the path that leads to where we are supposed to be.
You mentioned tribalism. The former Mozambique president said that for the nation to survive, the tribe must die.
Yeah.
And in Rwanda, you saw Paul Kagame. What he's doing now is to essentially eliminate identifications, people identifying themselves as Hutu or Tutsi, whatever ethnic group you are, that you are Rwandan. Is that a part?
Well, not actually. People come, diversity, there could be unity. You could talk about unity where there is diversity, So unity, everybody from wherever you are brings something to the table that enriches all of us. Okay, so trying to banish. But the Rwandan issue is a very peculiar issue, because these divisions were brought in by the colonial masters. Okay, they chose those lanky ones that don't believe that they look more like European, and then gave them the name, and then they started, showing themselves to be apart from the whole. So it was a colonial problem, and Kagame is doing all he can to solve a colonial problem that has actually succeeded in taking root and led to a genocide in 1994. Okay, but in Nigeria, there are cultural differences, but these differences are not evil. These differences enrich all of us. Okay, if you go to Lagos and eat amala, which is a very delicious meal, it's what the Yorubas brought into the equation. The Igbos brought their egusi soup and all whatnot. The Igbos brought they are unencumbered by a monarchical system, which the Yorubas have. The Yorubas could give us order. The Igbos could give us a vision that is radical, and enrich. The Hausas come in with their own prowess as well. All this, we could cook all this together in that stew pot that is Nigeria and advance this nation. The United States is made up of people from various countries, and they come and find a home in America, according to that dream that Trump has succeeded in destroying, actually. Okay? So we can dream of being a veritable source of unity in the African continent, and then that could move us forward. Unity can only take shape in a place that is diverse. We are not the same. We are not homogeneous. We are a heterogeneous people. And heterogeneity is the reason why the human species survived. Okay? Because we mix our DNAs. If we are just one stock, one disease will wipe us all out. But this diversity is what made us survive evolution. And it's something to be hyped, it's something great. Everybody should bring his cultural backdrop into the federation and then enrich the federation for the betterment of all of us. So it's not an evil thing that we are diverse. And trying to eliminate tribe is not the solution, but trying to ensure infrastructure of unity. Unity is created. It doesn't just happen. You build the infrastructure and unity follows. I used to tell people that when I came to Germany as a student, you could be on a train from Frankfurt to Berlin. In 4 hours, you're in Berlin. You could have a girlfriend in Berlin and you'll be living in Frankfurt. And you will be going, to chase girls in Berlin. And then, people marry people not only from their neighborhood, because there are infrastructures that leads to that. The rail lines are there, the roads are motorable. People communication is efficient. We don't have that. So the government should make conscious efforts to build infrastructure. That was what the NYSC was supposed to do, or the unity schools. But we destroy them like we destroy every Nigerian thing, listening to IMF, World Bank, and policymakers that told us that structural adjustment is the best way to go. Structural adjustments that the Greeks refused, that they're not going to implement. My brother, these people.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we zero in on Nigeria. We talk about Gowon's book. We'll talk about remembering the Biafrans, and then we talk about your own assessment on Tinubu 3 years after. We have you talking about him at the beginning, but also we will let people come in and interact with you. So stand by, everybody. We'll be right back.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo, akwa nwa ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya. Onyo mazoro biko abamba wazoro dasari ibya unyane gwana mo ulaga ni byazigo mo ulaga ni byazigo abamba wilo chila bigora buzoro anawaze Mazi welcome up Odoguna Kwerezinaka Onyoma Nigadelemo Mazi Nibazigama Ibu go with Baladi Odogu nachala noka Izi wande mliga delemo Olaga doni bezigono Olaga doni bezigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzoro Anabazi Te Onyama zoro de Mama wazara nesari Ibya muyana kwana mo ofube naru Mulaga doni biazigo Nazaboy Mulaga doni biazigo Awama wilo chilo Biko rapuzoro Anabazi Ayes Odogu kenenu bikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikejo mabele bege Hey, you want? Eku kampu nekene Omogo ndị nsọ Chukwu emekalumo Ikechukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene Ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa Ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom ga-adị Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili Maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme Visa monume kenege. Mama iyo biko lafo. Zoro, 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 Zoro. Geduru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zurike
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20.
Take out
104. Àti ṣe ilé ọdún ńlá Ọlọ́run máa ṣe yí láṣẹ mọ́ bí aṣọpọ̀ ọdún láyé. Ọdún tí pọ̀ láti ṣe ilé ọdún ńlá Ọlọ́run máa ṣe yí láṣẹ mọ́ bí aṣọpọ̀ ọdún láyé. Ọdún tí pọ̀ láti ṣe ilé ọdún ńlá. Ọdún tí pọ̀ láti ṣe ilé ọdún ńlá Ọlọ́run máa ṣe yí láṣẹ mọ́ bí aṣọpọ̀ ọdún.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying and watching our show. We are discussing Nigeria, the world, and Africa with Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. Franklyne, I was showing videos from Nigeria is about to have another election. You were here with us 3 years ago when the election that brought in Tinubu happened. We're about to go into another one. We've had the primaries by the political parties. We saw how that went. On the basis of that, those primaries, we are going to have candidates. Oh, not that we're going to. We have them now. We have Tinubu. We have Atiku. We have P2B. We have Omoyele Sowore. Basically, the same structure we had some 3 years ago. What do you make of? How do I frame it now? Our democracy and Tinubu's. How do you assess Tinubu in the last 3 years?
I said it when he was elected. Tinubu never showed the capacity that he understands what Nigeria is. He wanted power for power's sake. What was his manifesto when he was campaigning? He said, "Emi Lokon, it was my turn to do what to govern." And now he has snatched power. He has run with it, and then we have seen it. You know, the indices are not so very wonderful. Insecurity is still plaguing the nation. Nigeria is a Hobbesian state of nature under Tinubu. To be fair to him, it didn't start with him. It started earlier. But, he has continued that kind of feeble approach to tackling the insecurity that is plaguing the nation. I don't know whatever deal he made with whichever powers, but whatever is happening in Nigeria today, the buck stops at his desk, and he has not discharged that church effectively. Nigeria is going to hell in a handbasket, and Tinubu is just a spectator like the rest of us. So he's for me, I wouldn't give him a pass. He has not discharged his duties honorably and efficiently. He spent more time in France, as if to say he's auctioning off the Nigerian patrimony to the French government. He has shown himself a willing tool of Emmanuel Macron on more than one occasion, especially during the Niger Republic crisis. And the optics are not wonderful. Okay, the optics of a president that I remember when the Chibok girls were kidnapped under President Jonathan. Tinubu was firing tweets left, right, and center. That shows that we don't have a government, but children are being kidnapped under his watch. So I think he should reread his old tweets. It shows we don't have a government. Tinubu has actually failed. I said it. If you give Tinubu 100 years, he will not know what to do with Nigeria. Look at those around him. It was said that President Abraham Lincoln appointed a team of rivals. Who are those in Tinubu's administration that could give the president the kind of policy advice that is required to pull Nigeria back from the brink? I haven't seen none. Nobody. Insecurity is ravaging the north of Nigeria. A lot of people are pointing fingers at resource issues. We have a minister of solid mineral resources. What's his name?
Okay.
Yeah.
Dele.
This guy, Dele has not opened his mouth to say a word about it till today. Do we have a minister of solid minerals? Some Chinese people are caught mining in the heartland of northern Nigeria. We have not heard our minister of solid mineral resources say anything about it to the public, to the Nigerian people to whom he owes responsibility. Our president, he's missing in action. Okay, so in which policy area has Nigeria actually advanced a little bit? Is it in agriculture? Is it in the economy? The inflation has, Nigerians are hungry actually. Our currency doesn't have enough value. The price of basic goods and commodities in the market is killing. Ask families of four. Poor families, how do they feed? It's a miracle that Nigerians are still eating. I told people at the conference here that Nigeria is still afloat today due to what I call the Western Union syndrome, that Nigerians are still sending money to their relatives back home to eat. If not that, Nigerians will feed from the garbage dumps. So it's a hopeless situation. At the center, Nigeria is drifting. Nobody seems to know how to ride that ship. So I don't see any way Tinubu should be campaigning for a re-election. He told us, if I don't give you electricity in the first year of my tenure, don't vote for me again. We're not going to vote for you because you told us not to.
Let me ask you about these kidnapped kids and their teachers. In countries like Kenya, Ghana, would the reaction have been the same, or is this an Africa-wide thing that you can have incident like this and the government continues as if nothing?
No, it's not the same thing. I think there's a level of civic apathy that better feels Nigeria. We Nigerians always pride ourselves in being the giant of Africa, but we seems to be the most easily, governable to to deceive populace that we have across the continent. Okay, how do Nigerians react to issues? The rich ones don't care. The middle class escape the circumstance and fly to Europe and America and live in comfortable slavery like we are doing. The poor ones go to church to pray and are being fleeced by the good shepherds. Anyway, the job of a good shepherd is to fleece his flock, so that they're doing it effectively in Nigeria. So these are the ranges of reactions. In the Sahel, the citizens, the young people, march on the streets and tell the French to get the fuck out of our country. In Kenya, the young people, the citizens, march on the streets and tell Ruto, you're not going to pass this bill on our backs and on our future. No, it's not going to happen. In Nigeria, we go to pray, and you see the kind of content that we post online, people eating food and dancing or throwing money at parties. Nigerians forget that politics determines whether you live or die. Okay? So the lackadaisical approach we oppose to politics and to issues that affect our lives and the lives of oncoming generations don't give us much of a sleepless night in Nigeria. So it's not a continent-wide thing. And if I could imagine that if this happens in Kenya, that kids are kidnapped, that Ruto will be feeling the heat. But in Nigeria, no. Nigeria is the easiest place to govern. Okay? The leader could just get up tomorrow and then put on a toothpick in his mouth like Buhari used to do, and then nothing happens to him. He doesn't suffer any pay any political price. And the people, tomorrow we'll just say, the Nigerians all have perfected this term, is the will of God. Which God, for God's sake? You know? So now listen, if you don't fight for your future and your freedom, nobody's going to do that for you. So Nigerians have abandoned their destiny to people who don't even give a shit about them. And that's what
let me we've been trying on this platform to get in government sides to come here and defend their position. We've not been lucky. Some of them will promise that they will come, and week after week they will keep moving it forward. But
they won't. I'll tell you the simple reason. You're in New York. You could ask uncomfortable questions. The journalists in Nigeria are intimidated. They will be doing. I watch Bishop Cook. I was a bit disappointed. I watch him before we get to that. I watch him review Gowon's book, and then he was paying a kind of respect to Gowon that looks like obeisance to me. Okay, no politician deserves that. Mark Twain said it. Politicians are like diapers. You should change them because you should change them often because they are full of shit. Okay, you don't owe him. You owe him. The responsibility you owe him is to keep him to task. Because if you don't take him to task, he will auction off your patrimony for nothing. But now we pay excessive respect to institutions that we should question and interrogate. Okay. Anyway, I don't blame our people. What is our educational curriculum like? What's our educational system like? We are taught to respect authorities. No. Authorities are not supposed to be respected. Authorities are supposed to be interrogated. That's how societies move forward. That's how societies advance. Because if we respected the church that told us that the earth was the center of the universe, we wouldn't have a heliocentric universe that Galileo engendered. He interrogated the church. We owe civilization to those people that disagreed, not to those that sheepishly obeyed and genuflected at the altars of power. So that's how Nigerians kids are taught. Even our philosophies of education, what are they? Starting from the homes. If a kid asks you a question, a kid asking a question in Germany, what children do is to ask you warum. Warum means why. Anything you tell a child, the child will ask you warum. You must have to bring reasons to convince him to buy your idea. But in Nigeria, they tell you it's God's will. Period. People die in road accidents. It's God's will. Nobody questions what the local government chairman did with the money that was mapped out to build good roads. It's God's will. We don't even do autopsies in Nigeria if anybody dies. We don't even know what killed most of our people. It's God's will. We see what happens every other place. So go ahead.
Before we go further, let me play this video of a Nigerian official defending. This is the talking point since we can't get them here, and I'll get your reaction. Let's watch.
What I'm saying is that if you could have done this in 3 years, imagine he has 4-5 additional years to finish. We need Nigerians to understand that a lot of things that were left out is what he's taking. He's taking very bold action, and when you take bold action, there will be difficulty at the beginning. But at the end of it, it's just like a woman that is pregnant. When she's in labor, sometimes you might swear that will be the last time she wants to give birth. But immediately she delivers, she'll be joyful. So it's important for us to understand that what we are going through is making us stronger, and we're going to come out better. So all Nigerians should continue to partner together with the president, give him the second term, and I can show you that Nigeria will be far, far better than how it is now.
So that was Christopher Musa, defense minister. Let me play this other one. It was a challenge thrown at one of the government supporters on Arise TV, I believe. Let's watch.
100 things and he's delivered what 90, then we must give him a pass mark. When the Tinubu administration came into office, they had a cabinet retreat. After the first cabinet retreat, they highlighted 8 things. These are the 8 things that they promised that were the priority areas in the for Nigerians. And the SGF sent out a memo to all the MDAs. And the things were: inclusive growth was number 1. Strengthening national security was number 2. Boost agriculture to achieve food security was number 3. Unlock energy for sustainable development. Enhance infrastructure transportation for inclusive growth. Focus on health, education, and social investments. Accelerate diversification of our economy and improve governance for service delivery. For number 1, inclusive growth, more people are poorer. For number 2, strengthening Nigeria's national security, more Nigerians have died than terrorists have been neutralized, according to their own
More
figures.
Nigerians have died against what? More Nigerians have died against what?
According to the figures coming from our government,
against what?
Terrorists have been neutralized by the government.
Against what? More Nigerians have died against what? Adeswa.
What do you mean?
No. You see, you throw these things. No. Please. When you want to compare, you compare it to another era. More Nigerians have died against what?
Just before you go, these are not my numbers. Remember, Goodluck Jonathan, 2011 to 2013, approximately 11,000 conflict-related deaths. Muhammadu Buhari, 2015 to 2017, approximately 17,000 conflict-related fatalities. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 2023 to 2025, approximately 27,500 plus conflict-related deaths. That is more than double the number under Goodluck Jonathan, and more than 10,000 more than the first 3 years of the Buhari administration.
All right. So that was when the man had nothing else to say. But let me show you this map. This is a map of mass school kidnappings in Nigeria, April 2014 to 2026. You see how it's moving across, going down. This is what we have. So when you look at the government, why is it that and I think we've had that before. Buhari said that after the first time of Buhari, we had that you have to give me another 4 years so that I will do the wonders. Obasanjo did the same thing. After 4 years, he wanted another 4 to make it permanent. And then after the next 4, he wanted to extend his term. So it's not something new. But the question is, what is the achievement? Can you tell us?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You ask yourself, since independence, why has Nigeria failed to break out into a first world nation? We are endowed, superlatively endowed with resources, human, material, okay, and otherwise. So what is the problem? The problem is management. The countries that we started out this race with, Singapore, Malaysia, where are they today? So we can measure, okay? So I tell you, our politicians are imperial auxiliaries, nothing more, nothing less. Tinubu has not succeeded in justifying the responsibilities of his office, okay? You should start first of all. Chinua Achebe, for us to analyze Nigerian leadership crisis, we have to always go back to Achebe. Achebe wrote The Trouble with Nigeria in 1983. Okay, Achebe analyzed the history of that country and then came to the conclusion that a leadership that will move Nigeria forward will start with the responsibility of personal example. Has Tinubu given us has he risen to the responsibility of personal example? So how can he inspire anybody? Like I was discussing with you before you through the question, who in Tinubu's cabinet can we point to and say that this is a brilliant mind? This is a person that has been able to articulate a vision that the president could implement and lead us out of the economic doldrums that we are in, of the insecurity problems, of I was writing down while they were mentioning the 8 key policy areas that the government said it was going to look into and is going to be its priority. In none of these areas have we achieved any positive growth. None. I challenge the government to come to a debate with me on these key policy issues. Let them bring the numbers. Their own numbers will disinherit them because they have not been able. They are very busy thinking that Nigerians are fools. Nigerians know what is happening. And that's why if a free and fair election happens today, Tinubu will not come forth in any free and fair election in Nigeria. He knows that because he has not attained anything. In the last elections, Nigerians never trusted him. Even in his own Lagos state, he lost to Peter Obi. So the people that voted there were not stupid. They saw something. So anyway, I don't blame Tinubu. He came telling us that it's only his turn. He didn't come with any significant manifesto, what I'm going to achieve, what I'm going to attain, what I'm going to offer you. Okay? 50 million youths into the army to be recruited. I have not even seen 1 million youths recruited in the army to fight insecurity. He promised to feed us with abado. I have not even seen that abado. Nigerians don't even have the luxury of eating abado anymore. Okay? So in which area can the president stand before Nigerians and say, here, I have put in my best. Look at the achievements we have been able to attain. He cannot say that. I'm sorry. I told you, give him 100. I hate to be right. I want my country to succeed. I am that patriotic. I want anybody that governs my country to be able to move that country forward. The hunger is too much. The hopelessness is too much. The frustrations of the average Nigerian is so very much. Nigerians have turned into beggars. They will, in a very refined way, they will write you text mails in a very refined way and tell you stories that are true. Many young people don't have, perspectives for the future anymore. Their futures are falling off the horizon. And yet we have a government, but they cannot do anything to change their government. Okay? In other countries, people will rise. The Kenyans rose. Okay? The Burkinabes rose and kicked out the foreign interference in their affairs. Nigerians need to take their destiny in their hands. Nobody's coming to save them. No, the church will not save them. The mosques will not save them. God will never do for us those things he has given us the powers and the minds to do for ourselves.
All right. Let me move a little bit to go on, former head of states. He wrote a book, finally. It's 881 pages. I don't know if you've read the book. People are reacting to it based on reviews they've seen online. In general, just to connect it to what happened yesterday. Yesterday was the Biafra Remembrance Day, when Biafrans remembered the people they lost during the war, and it was an issue for so many people, including some military guys, that people in the Southeast were going to church to have events to remember. What do you think about? What's your take on Gowon's book? I know you've not read it, you told me, but in general, writing it now and some of the things we've seen him say. A good example is this. Let me play this video for you. This is...
Well, I think that is the interpretation that we don't know whether that accord was from the actual final result, which from was not to be done until after we got home.
But you agreed to the accord when you were in Gath.
No, this is the accord. It is not a question of agreement in accord. This, it is when we come back home, and I made this, I made a statement. When we come back home, and I make a statement that about a bull.
Right. Because that's why it was called an accord. An accord means that you had agreed.
No, what accord? No, but then it has to be done in Nigeria before Friday.
So you needed to come home and discuss it.
Unfortunately, when of course people doesn't want to believe it, I was having a serious attack of kind of fever or whatever it is. And I could not make any decision.
At
home.
Right.
When we arrived in home, and Tojuku was one who then, when he came, he went and made made the statement. He made the statement about Abu Rikod. And the governor of the Midwest, Eje, then rang me at that very in early hours of the game.
That was Gowon explaining why the Buri Accord didn't take effect, because he was sick. He had malaria. Do you understand what he's saying?
Rudolph, I have to confess, I have not read Gowon's book, and I find it. I'm not comfortable discussing something I have not actually read. Until I read him in his own words, I cannot even make. I cannot make any legitimate statements on that. I'm principled on that score. If I have not read anything, I cannot pass judgment for it, either negatively or positive. But I have to. The general thing I have to say about this is, it's good that Gowon wrote. Ojukwu disappointed many of us. He didn't write a history of his own participation from his own perspective. It could have provided a veritable plank for comparison with whatever Gowon or any other person is putting forward. But be that as it may, there was a book written while the war was going on, detailing this crisis from its origin. So its culmination in a war. It was written by Ralph Uwechwe. He was Biafra's roving ambassador. And the guy that wrote the foreword to that was Leopold Sedar Senghor, the president of Senegal at that time. Every Nigerian should read that book. So when I read Gowon, then I could just oppose it with what was written in the heat of these events, while all the actors, while all the facts were still fresh. Okay, it was one of the books I read while I was writing my Biafran book. Okay, so Uwechwe wrote, the Biafran issue has been written, has been discussed, and then has been theorized by so many others. Even the British that were on the Nigerian side wrote a lot about that as well. And there are declassified documents from the British archives, okay, showing that the British had their oil interests in Nigeria, and that's why, they were ready to support the Nigerian government to preside over a genocide that murdered close to 2 million Igbos during that war. So my issue with Gowon is the fact that he presided over a genocide against my own people. But be that as it may, we have to be, as an academic, I have to be faithful to the facts. I will first of all read him and then see what he has to say about his role. Him talking about the Aburi Accord, his non-implementation of what was agreed. It is either the television connection is not so wonderful that I couldn't hear, but he was rambling there, to be honest with you. That was rambling. Okay, you went to Aburi and agreed on something, and then you came back to tell us that you're not prepared, that Ojukwu was more formidable. But you signed it. If you knew that somebody was more formidable than you, put in his arguments for why do you sign it? You could have refused to sign it in Aburi, and you guys agreed. That's why that's why it's called an accord. Accord means an agreement between two parties. You agreed, you put your signature to paper as representative of the Nigerian government. Ojukwu put his signature on paper as a representative of the Eastern region or the Biafran government or whatever that may be. And you guys came back. There are a lot of interpretations. You said it cannot be implemented. And then you created 12 states and the Ojukwu declared secession. Okay. So the Biafran war is a very emotional thing on all sides. But the fact lies in the fact that young Nigerians, Gowon was 29 at that time, young, inexperienced Nigerians were given an office that was, too big for their shoes, and they behaved like young people. In Germany, if you are 25, you are till 25 years, your car insurance is very high because the state doesn't trust you enough to make excellent decisions because you are still young. Your prefrontal cortex is not fully developed. So 25, 26, 4 years after, you handed the destiny of over 30 million Nigerians then to a young man. So he was bound to make mistakes. But every other revisionism now is but one thing, generally, my critical approach to every autobiography is that every autobiography is a hagiography. Hagiography is somebody tries to show himself in a good light. So that's why I take them with bags of salt. Okay, whatever anybody, even what Winston Churchill wrote about himself, he said, history will be kind to me because I intend on writing it. And he did write it. So hagiographers will always believe that history will be kind to them because they intend on writing it. The only history, which was not quite a history, which was a theological reflection that I have read that was very self-deprecating, was St. Augustine's Confessions. Augustine, tore himself apart in those confessions. After that, I've never read anybody who was so self-deprecating like Augustine was. Augustine confessed, I am a sinner. I committed every range of sin. That was Augustine, but I don't think that Gowon is an Augustine, or that he was writing a theological treatise to make that kind of confession. So until I read him, I will never pass judgment. If you call me up again, I am trying to get my hands on that book. Once I get it, I will finish it in a matter of days, and then 800 and something pages. Something is doable, and then I'll have something to say.
Okay. Now on Biafran Remembrance Day.
Yeah, about the military. The Nigerian military should know that we are no longer in a military government. Those guys have not actually learned the limits of their powers. They don't have any right to order or command anybody in that country. Okay, it's the civilians that are in power. There are separation of powers. They fall under the executive. The executive cannot give them the power to be talking to the people directly. They're just there to defend the territorial integrity of that country. They are not policymakers. So a military garrison commander standing up to warn people, who are you to warn Nigerians? You don't have that kind of power to warn anybody. Okay, Nigerians should stand up and start asserting their rights. The military commander, because the gun is paid for by our taxpayers' money. He doesn't have that kind of right. If the president issues a directive, then we can listen to him, not a garrison commander because he carries a gun. So we are no longer under a military government. The military bastardized democracy in our clime, but it is time for us to start taking back what belongs to us. The civilian space is a civilian space. People have a right to remember in whichever way they want. It was a genocide, for God's sake. Trying to shut people off from remembering. I think that's one of the odious things I've heard in recent times. That military commander should know the limits of his powers. He's acting ultra vires. It doesn't lie within the presence of his power to decide who should remember what and who should not. Who is he in the first place? So Nigerians are taking more than required, actually. I don't know. This is a civilian government, for God's sake. Mm-hmm. So Nigerians are the Igbos that the victims of every genocide have a right to remember. You cannot shut them up. It's their memories, not yours. You didn't lose brothers. You didn't lose ancestors to such a dastard crime. Genocide is the crime of crimes. It was committed against the Igbos from 1967 to 1970. We saw Adekunle called the Scorpion, telling the whole world, it's written in black and white, we will shoot anything that walks. It's a war crime. We hung the Nazis in Nuremberg for such crimes. Adekunle escaped it because the imperial power supported Nigeria. Okay, people like Gowon and Murtala Mohammed are genociders, but we named an airport in Nigeria after a genocidal, bloodthirsty killer, Murtala Mohammed. Civilized societies don't do that kind of thing. And you have to know that Nigeria there is no Truth and Reconciliation Commission. There is no fact-finding commission. Nothing. We just said, no victor, no vanquished, and then that is done. And then the Igbos are left to go back and lick your wounds. No. Even in wars, there are rules. Anybody that commits a war crime is a war criminal. So we have never actually x-rayed and interrogated Biafra enough from the Nigerian perspective. It should be done. During the Truth Commission chaired by the Oputa panel, you saw Uche Chukwumerije present the Biafran side of the story. But every other person was very busy being defensive. We never asked the critical questions. And without that, until the ghosts of Biafra is propitiated, Nigeria will never move forward. It will always be a stumbling block to our development. Because the Igbos themselves have never felt fully integrated in Nigeria. And you don't blame them. Okay? Because a genocide is a crime that cries to heaven. It's an abomination of desolations. Any people that commits a genocide, it never leaves their history. And that's why I criticize heavily what Israel is doing in Palestine and what the Americans and the entire West is supporting them to do. It's genocide. Everybody sees that, but nobody talks about it because people are afraid of losing their jobs, of losing their livelihoods, and then people are being massacred every day. And we are watching. Which kind of world are we living in? Where children could be massacred and everybody keeps quiet. Okay, what made me a very staunch opponent of genocide is what I saw in Biafra, in films, and in what I read in books. I saw people that looked like me with bloated stomachs, waiting and crying and dying because somebody made a policy that starvation is a weapon of war. Anybody who made that policy is a war criminal. If we beat that person an Awolowo. For such crimes, the Nazis were hung in Nuremberg in Germany. So that's what it is. So the military commander has no right to tell anybody not to remember. We have to remember to make sure that such occurrences never happen in the future. Is the insecurities we are saying today that people, Obasanjo committed atrocious crimes in Zakibiam too. If the ghosts of Biafra were atoned for, Obasanjo couldn't have that guts to do what he did in Zakibiam. Okay, and if the people that are committing this genocide by installments across the middle belt of Nigeria know that their race, a day that they will render account for their dastard crimes, because an example where precedent was set in the past, it wouldn't be this way today. But it's because those, Wole Soyinka put it so very well in The Man Died. Okay, if these crimes were one crime once and for all, I'm paraphrasing now, we could have said, let us bind our wounds and let bygones be bygones. But no. For each of these crimes that we did not atone for, it creates the precedent for future crimes in such a manner. Okay, so it's awful, but that's Nigeria.
I was talking to someone from the Southeast yesterday, and there was this complaint about what the efforts to stop people from celebrating or remembering, and I was thinking, what is stopping people in the Southeast from doing their own memorial? Like towns and villages. Why is it that they don't have something built up? If you go to Washington, you see the Vietnamese War, the people that died. If you go to different towns and villages in America, people have the right to do that. Why is it that people in the Southeast are not doing it on their own? Are they waiting for the federal government to come and help them remember the people that they lost? Why is it that in Enugu there is no Biafran memorial that is done by the people in the Southeast?
Well, in Enugu there's a place called the Center for Memories. I think one of the Okibos is championing it with Udo Ilo, who is the chairman of HIL in the Netherlands now at the moment. This center exists. I visited there myself. That there are no celebrations. Once the people are defeated in a war, there is this tendency for people to try to, move away from that memory. For the victims, it's a very painful memory. So they don't want to keep on, attaching themselves to it, although they have never had closure. For the victors, they don't want to be seen as, gloating in the. So everybody wants to. Wale Adebanwi, sometime while he was writing for a defunct Next newspaper, then he put it so very well. Okay, now Igbo politicians are trying to disappear from the Biafran fact because they want to be seen as being pro-Niger, integrated in Nigeria. Okay, so that may account for the reason why there are no such celebrations in the Igbo heartland like Enugu or Were or Umuahia or and so whatnot. I don't expect the people who never had that pain on their frames to remember that, except something forces them to. I don't think that Germany will be remembering the Holocaust if the Nazis were victorious. Okay, they were forced. Actually, they were denazified by the Allied forces, and then they are forced to acknowledge their crimes and then pay for them. So there was no such power on the Biafran side to force the Nigerians to come to terms to what actually happened in Biafra. Many Nigerians don't know what happened in there. They think that we are crying more. They never had the experience of something like the Creek School massacre in the heart of even Biafra itself. okay, where people were rounded up, placed in schools, and then set on fire. Or the Asaba massacre, where people came out to greet the Nigerian soldiers and in white and waving palm fronds, and they were massacred. So nobody has been taken into account for that. Okay, for such things, people were hung, but there is no account. We say no victor, no vanquish, and then we placed debt over the lives and memories of those that were massacred in those atrocious years. And it's a pity. It's really that's the tragedy of the Nigerian situation. And like I said, until Biafra is atoned for, the atonement must not come in terms of paying money to Biafra, but we really need to acknowledge, what the Catholics call mea culpa. We need to say, we have committed this crime against ourselves. We need to atone for them, and then ask the victims for forgiveness, and then try to find a way to move forward together. So, but the people trying to stop people from remembering a very painful past, that is beyond odious for me.
All right. Before we bring in our audience, one question from the Southeast. How do you evaluate the governors in the Southeast? Some of them are I think they're running for re-election, most of them. Who is doing well and who is not doing well?
I'll tell you who in my assessment, I find very interesting is Alex Otti. Alex Otti has proven himself to be a very smart administrator, and he's taken the streets of Aba to heights unseen before. And this is where all the governors that have governed Abia State since its creation should go hide their faces in shame, especially Okezie Bazu, the last one. What the transformations going on in Abia State at the moment is thanks to Otti's vision and Otti's, steadfastness to what he believed in. Other governors, I'm sorry, I don't see anything to show me that Soludo could be said to have, tried to dampen the kind of neo-paganistic stupidity that was engulfed in Anambra State in crimes, when he told the people, the native doctors, that you're not going to be furthering crimes here in the state. Apart from that, I have not seen anything positive that the Soludo's administration has been able to do in Anambra State. I am waiting for Anambra to be transformed into the Taiwan of Africa like he promised, but that doesn't seem to be happening. My home state, Enugu, I'm sorry, I am not impressed. The governor promised us that in the very first year that he will take pipe-borne water for every citizen as his priority. Till today, Enugu has not seen running water. So, Mr. Governor, what are you doing? You made a promise, and then that promise has not been fulfilled, and you will be judged on that metric. So, apart from OT, I'm sorry, they are running for re-elections. They all should be sacked.
All right. We'll take a break. When we come back, we bring in our audience. They are ready and they want to interact with you. We are talking to Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. Oh, by the way, I wanted to play this video before we go on break, and maybe when we come back, you start from there. This Arsenal, do you follow
Yes.
soccer, football? I have no idea what's going on, but I was surprised at what is happening in churches. People are celebrating, and what happened to Africa? Is that a new religion going on in Africa? Let me play that. I've been wondering, how did the Europeans convince our forefathers to abandon their ways of lives and follow them? I didn't know that, it was very easy. It's happening.
No, I disagree with you. It was not easy. No, I disagree with you. Our ancestors were massacred into following the white man, actually. They were killed. They were brutalized. It was the speaking end, the business ends of the guns. That it was gunboat diplomacy. That this, what is happening now, is what I call conceptual colonization of the African mind. I had a running debate about this. Ask yourself, how many Englishmen know Enugu Rangers or any Nigerian club or any club anywhere in Africa? Okay, and that shows you the extent that we have degenerated. I am telling you, this alone shows you, it's philosophy. It's philosophy stupid. We'll talk about it when we come back from break.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll continue our conversation with Dr. Ogbunwezeh, and we are going to bring you in to be part of that conversation with him. Again, thank you for staying this beautiful Sunday here in New York City. All right, welcome back, everybody. This is our final segment with Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. Before we went on break, we showed the video of people. There was one guy that fainted yesterday when they lost the European Championship or something in Nigeria. It's a wonderful phenomenon for me. I don't understand it. Help me understand. What does that say about us? Or is it just fun? How do these people now go out and understand the idea that their president going to France for medical treatment is not good? How would they understand that if they essentially worship everything that, anyway, I don't know. Maybe explain to me, help me.
Well, I wrote an article sometime that was, people say it was my break with religion. It was titled Africa and the Pestilence of Imported Gods. Okay. So, one thing with imperialism is that for every imperialism to be total, it has to be epistemic. Epistemic means it has to be an intellectual thing. It has to devastate the mental universe of the oppressed. Frantz Fanon said, I'll call it the same thing. Colonialism did a number on us. It destroyed our capacity as Africans to think about ourselves. Look at it. Our names. We had to surrender our names in order to be baptized into their religion. You're answering Rudolph. I was Franklyne and all the rest of them. Okay. We gave up who we are. We gave up even the gods of our lands, and we are forced at gunpoint to embrace their own gods. But today, we are no longer being forced at gunpoint. We swallow everything that comes from the West, hook, line, and sinker. As I say, that is what like the West made itself the model for all of them. Then we grasped it with both hands and have refused to think home, to think where did this rain start to beat us. It's conceptual colonialism, and it's become total, especially among our youths, because our educational system was destroyed, not only by what the IMF and the World Bank did with their structural adjustment that forbade the countries that received their loans from funding education, but the fact that we refuse to rise up to the challenge of actually articulating what we want for ourselves. Okay. The name Africa was an artificial creation. The Romans gave it to us. The states, African states, were created, the boundaries were created by the colonial masters in 1885 Berlin. Okay. So the religion that was imposed on us were either, Arabic Islam or Western Christianity that came with its divisions as well. So we were very busy, focusing on the peanuts while the big picture has continued to elude us. I don't know how we degenerated to this level. In the 70s, my father used to go to the temporary stadium in Enugu to watch Enugu Rangers play football. Okay, in the 70s and the 80s, we used to have brilliant football commentators in Nigeria. People like Ernesto Okongwo, Tolu Fatoyinbo and the rest of them, and Richard Yassi and all the rest of them. Okay, we used to have brilliant soccer players. But with the time, with structural adjustment, with the visionlessness of Nigerian political elite, we neglected sports. And then we didn't give our young people other options to watch, to go to stadiums and watch soccer, to do any other thing. Okay. So, that vacuum was filled by English soccer, and then it furthered our mental and conceptual colonialism to these things, to these countries. So everything that happens in the English league in Nigeria, if a 5-year-old boy in Nigeria will tell you that, but he cannot tell you, if you tell him, do you know Rangers International of Enugu? No, it's just distant memory, or Heartlands of Owerri, or IICC Shooting Stars, or Stationary Stores. These are distant memories. Nobody remembers them anymore. But this used to be our brilliant ambassadors, sportsmen that actually wore Nigerian jerseys with pride. What do we produce today? Because every Nigerian believes that, going abroad is the ultimate, even if it means comfortable slavery like we are all being forced to endure today. It's awful. I don't know how we can solve a problem. But, that's where we are at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Franklyne. Let's get our audience involved. Let me start with you. I know you joined us from the Gambia, Mr. James. You are first.
Thank you very much for coming.
It's my pleasure.
Can you hear? Thank you. Good. Some time ago, a student asked me, "Why are you an atheist?" I told her that the road to heaven, the journey to heaven is very tedious. I know I will not be able to make it. That is why I've given up. I just joked with her and we laughed over it. The problem of Nigeria are insurmountable. On this platform, I've said it many times. Nigeria is beyond redemption. The fact that we are unable to reconcile ourselves with that fact, this is why we come here every day to deceive ourselves. Nigeria is beyond redemption. The Ottoman Empire collapsed. Yugoslavia collapsed. What's it called? India was split into two in 1947. And there are so many other examples, Ethiopia and others. Anyway, what I really want to say is just an addition to what you were saying earlier on. Our ancestors seem to be more intelligent than us. For this reason, when I was reading a book written by Mungo Park, in fact, two books written by Mungo Park, he was a missionary, an explorer, they call him, looking for River Niger. According to them, he discovered River Niger, according to them. When he got to a place called Segu in modern-day Mali, an African chief sat down and took a good look at this guy and said, "This man is looking for a river. Don't they have rivers in their home? Why is he interested in our rivers?" This is an African chief. Now, when he came, he passed through the Gambia, where I live here, to a place called Pessina. He put up with a slave dealer where he caught fever, and while he was receiving treatment, information went around virtually the whole of West Africa, unknown to him. That was 1795 to 1805. Information went around that there is a suspicious white man monitoring our territory. We don't know much of him. So wherever he gets to, they are already expecting him, unknown to him. He completed his first journey. The second journey, when he got to Busa in Nigeria, the people said, "No, you cannot pass through here." That is where he met his Waterloo. That was in 1705. Now, this shows that the people of old, they were more intelligent than us because the equipment, the facilities we have at our disposal right now, they were not having it. But they were able to think, should I say metaphysically, to understand the motive of this man, that we are in trouble. If such a man should come to our territory and go back and come again, no, this guy cannot go back with what he has gathered about us. So, and to also prove that our ancestors were more intelligent, I'm not a Benin man, but I was brought up in Benin City. The Benin started the act of bronze casting in 13th century AD. If you see the wonderful things those men of old did, it's beyond description. And not only that, the city of Benin, the center of the city is a circle. We call it Ring Road today. That circle is a perfect 360-degree circle. Then from that circle, streets radiated towards the different directions. Sakbomba Road is as straight as an arrow. There were no theodolite in those days. Sapele Road is as straight as an arrow. Airport Road, as straight as an arrow. Akpakpava Road by Central Bank there is as straight as an arrow. Forestry Road, the same thing. Mission Road, the same thing. Upper Market Road, for about 2 kilometers, is perfectly straight. Then there's a bifurcation. Siloko Road is as straight as an arrow, and Ekawa Road, the same thing. How were these men of old able to come up with these ideas? And they were able to perfect it. And not only that, their military establishment were able to construct a wall around the whole of Benin, a great engineering feat, which even modern, we of this what's called present era will not be able to accomplish those feats without caterpillars and bulldozers. You get the point I'm making. Now, there's a man called, you probably know him, James Michina. the author of The Source and many other books. He's an American. He lived in the state of Maryland before he died. In his book, The Source, he said that a mistake of a generation can wipe a people out of existence. We've made horrendous mistakes. Take it or leave it. We're in the process of being wiped out of existence. The process is already in motion. And if we like it or not, unless we turn a new leaf as early as possible, we're in the process of being wiped out of existence. So this is just what I have to say. I will not ask you any question because I understand where you are coming from. Although I don't know exactly where you are going, but I know where you are coming from. Thank you very much for coming.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I wouldn't make much of remarks on what you already said, because I agree with most of what you said. In the ancient times, before the Europeans landed on the west coast of Africa and started what they called explorations, they were looking for resources. Everybody knew that. But even before then, there has been trade routes, trans-Saharan trade routes. Even the River Niger have been well explored and documented by Islamic traders. So there has been communication all this while. Mansa Musa of Mali traveled from Mali to Hajj in Mecca, okay, dwarfing the whole world in gold, and then tanking the global economy with the amount of gold he was able to bring across the desert. So there has been that communication. That communication may have greatly helped when the people actually got wind that Mungo Park was a kind of a white spy trying to spy on what has been, their great rivers. People have been living and trading on these outposts. Remember, Timbuktu was one of the greatest centers of learning, Islamic learning that the world has ever seen. So that our history were erased by those that imposed their histories on us does not mean that those histories never existed. And you really have to know that those guys got in touch with most ancient civilizations that bordered North Africa. There are theories indicating that the pyramids of Egypt were actually, the origin started in the Sudan, built by black men. You could see remnants of pyramids at the beginnings in Sudan today. So all of these African countries have been having interactions through trade and the minor or major empires of those days. So, but that we are condemned to be wiped out if we don't turn a new leaf. Yeah, you are absolutely right. A civilization or a people that don't care about their future will be wiped out. Look at what's happened in the Easter Islands. People cut trees to construct statues of stone, and they were wiped out because the ecological damage made sure that that island couldn't sustain life anymore. Okay. But I believe that Nigeria is not insurmountable. Our problems are not insurmountable. Napoleon, I used to have a favorite quotation from him. He said that impossibility is a word found in the dictionary of fools. Nothing is impossible. We can arrest our downward slide. And that's the reason we have this platform, where we can exchange ideas and try to see what we can do. Okay. And from there, we build up the critical mass. We only need 3% of Nigerians to salvage Nigeria. That's what happens in every situation. 3% of the people is what you need to rectify any situation. We can do it if we want, if we put our minds to it. Other people have done it. Okay, there are people that have snatched victories from the jaws of defeat. It has happened in history. So our own should not be different. All we really need to start thinking right. Everything that happens to a man happens to him in the mind. Bob Marley said it. Okay, so we have to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. That was the last point that Rudolph was making about the kids putting up arsenal jerseys to go to church. It's mental slavery. Unless we liberate ourselves from those mental slaveries, we can never tackle our problems in the right way and be able to liberate ourselves and move forward and become a developed and a united people.
All right, thank you.
May events prove you right.
Thank you, Mr. James. Let's go to Chris. Chris, you are next.
Hello, good evening. Thanks for coming. Actually, I listened with keen interest as a Biafran. I had I listened. Some of your messages seemed to me a little bit
I think
contradictory.
I agree with you on the Biafran that those guys are kids. Anyone that doesn't tell the story.
Okay, sorry. So I said I listened with keen interest, and the messages seemed to me a little bit contradictory. While you were advocating for strong military presence in Africa, you were saying that Biafra is not the solution. The last time I checked, it was only Biafra. It's only Biafra that, it's the only African country that was able to design fire rockets. Only Biafra was able to develop its military complex, industrial complex. Was only able to, come up with a lot of invention during its time as a sovereign country. And then you also said something about diversity. From what I know, diversity in itself does not confer strength, especially if there is incompatibility in diversity, as we have in Nigeria. And then the last question the main question I want to ask you is, the white people that we always like to talk about as colonialists designed Africa for themselves. But we then, who are disliking them for their imperialism, are willing to kill ourselves to preserve what they have designed for themselves. Is that not ironic?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Well, signs of contradiction. Well, I'm not Jesus Christ. Jesus said that he's the sign of contradiction. I don't know. Some of the things I say may sound contradictory to somebody who has not followed me, actually. I am an Igbo man, a full-fledged Igbo man, but I don't see Biafra as a solution to anything, because it is not. Okay? I will quote one Jewish journalist. He's one of the greatest journalists I've ever followed. His name is I.F. Stone. He was an American, and he was an American journalist. He said, there is no every ethnocentric movement is undergirded by moral imbecility. And he's correct. And we saw that in what happened when Nnamdi Kanu and all the rest of the Biafran guys started killing those people that are supposed to be defending.
No, I'm sorry. I'm
not finished.
That's not correct.
We're not finished. We can debate. No, we can debate. The guy was convicted on the strength of what he said on radio. Don't forget that. He said that he will bury Ikonso with 2,000 human heads. Which kind of atavism is that? And he made mention of that in a public radio and so many other things that we have records of. Okay? So, and you see, you could start seeing the moral imbecility of that ethnocentric movement. So when I talk about diversity, you can never be united if you're not diverse. And you said diversity is not an issue of strength, but you eat a goosey soup. If a goosey soup is only made of a goosey, you will spit it out. But a goosey soup has oil. It has pieces of meat. These are different issues, but they come together. They are diverse things, but they come together. Diversity is why we survived as a human species. Without that, without mixing of DNAs, we will never have. There is nobody on earth that is pure. We all are mixtures of DNAs from various strains of humanity. And that's why we survive. That's why we are able to withstand diseases. And that's why we're able to withstand climate change. That's why we're able to withstand so many things. So if you apply that to the political sphere, you will come to see that diverse nations that have found a way to create unity, bring things into the equation that actually further the interest of every other person. They bring a kind of cultural richness that ends up enriching every other person. I live in Germany. The Southern Germans, the Bavarians, speak a different dialect of German. Those in Schwabenland, in Stuttgart area, speak another version of, and all these people were united by Karl the Great. They were not one people, they were disparate. The person that actually constructed the German language was Martin Luther. People forget this. The Germans were created by the Romans. Okay? So people who have not read the history of how societies evolve will think that they stood up today and started speaking German. No, these are disparate peoples that that were wielded with the force of iron by Charlemagne, Charles the Great. And their language was standardized as German by the works of Martin Luther, who led the Reformation of the church. So, and you see every other society, that's how societies evolved. Okay. So coming to Nigeria, we have found ourselves in this, what we call contraption. There are Yorubas, there are Igbos, there are Ibibios, there are Hausas. So how do we succeed in living together without massacring each other? And anybody beating the drums of ethnicity or tribal enclaves will end up ruining himself. He will not be enriched by the rich cultural experiences of others. Okay? Because no man is an island unto himself. You are part of the whole. So this is the kind of anthropology that we should imbibe. We all are human. That's the basic thing. Your tribe or culture are simply accidents. The basic thing that we are is human. So when somebody comes on and says, it is either Biafra or nothing, I will tell the person nothing. Okay? Because there is nothing in this world that is not subject to change. You will see tomorrow, those scrambling for Biafra will go. It was Rike did it. He will go through the back door, take money from the same people he was criticizing, and he will keep quiet. And the Biafran issue will die. Biafra has lost enough souls. We lost over 1 million kids during the Biafran War. I don't want it to happen again. Okay? So if that is contradiction, I am ready to live with this contradiction, because I know that united Nigeria could be the pride of the African race. But if we are very busy trying to formulate dissensions among our ethnic enclaves, it will never stop with only getting Biafra. You will go to Igbo land, you will see the Abuenus and the Wawas fighting themselves for supremacy. And it will not even end there. You will come into your homestead, you will see those fighting for Ohu and the Amadi, and it will not even end there. And the division continues and continues, and the fragmentation continues. And then you will spend an existential time fighting over peanuts while China is gaining the world and securing tomorrow. So my vision is for a Nigeria that could be the pride of the African man. And I have always said it, until an African nation becomes a world power, as a black man, you never have respect anyway. So that should be our goal, not this tiny ethnic fragmentation that brings nobody nothing. That's my response to that.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris. If we have a chance, so you come back and maybe you have a chance for a second question. Let's go to Ovie. But just as you were speaking, I remember that next week on 90 Minutes Africa, for the first time, we are going to have Aloy Ejimako, who is Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer. We've been trying to get him for more than 3 years. Finally, he agrees. He agreed that he will be there here to next week, Sunday, to be our guest for 3 hours. So we'll touch on all the issues around the case and his role in what has been going on. And a lot of things that people don't know behind the scene. He's willing to talk now after 3 years. So we will welcome him next week. All right, Ovie, you're next.
Thank you. Good day, doctor. I'm talking about the real doctor, not the one with Nigeria on band. Doctor, we are back again. This is your third time on this Trump and geopolitical issue, to which I stand on the other side of the spectrum. But again, you always, anytime I try to reboot that, you say an American story at detail. So today, I'm not going to talk from American story, but I'll take a general approach. So I wrote something down then too.
Okay.
Let me hear your expert. So after the staggering horror of World War II, and the Holocaust, Western intellectuals and political elites arrive at a collective conclusion. Strong loyalty are inherently dangerous. They believe that passionate devotion to a nation state, an exclusive truth, a shared faith, a distinct culture was the root cause of totalitarianism and global slaughter. To ensure never again, they initiated a deliberate project to systematically dismantle the structure. Thinkers like Karl Popper, Friedrich Hayek, and the postmodern philosopher provided the framework for open society to which we entered for the past 8 years. The strategy was to weaken social bonds so that nothing would be worth fighting or dying for. In their relentless pursuit of openness, this leadership class, the managerial class, the intellectual, to which you occupy the upper echelon of that, when you bring it down to, I'll narrow it down to Nigeria. The managerial class become entirely decoupled from the actual population they are governed. They became political, they became, as political philosopher R.R. Reno defined them, leaders without loyalty, more committed to transactional networks, digital space, global financial system, than to the specific physical community under their care, which is the general population. They forgot a fundamental law of human nature. Human beings cannot survive in the state of permanent cultural homelessness, to which you agree along your conversation with Rudolph. When you strip away family solidarity, religious entirely, and nation pride, you do not get a liberal, peaceful utopia. You get social dissolution.
All right. The reason why I brought him up first was that he was coming in and out throughout the time, and I knew that his internet was a bit shaky. Yeah, you can answer what you can grasp from.
Well, the major problem is that he was still making his speech as a basis, as a foundation for the question he was about to throw at me. But the issue lies in the fact that the West as a project. That's all this is about. The West understood itself as the West centered itself. Okay, as the what we call the measure of every tendency, instead of centering the human person as the center of every tendency, like Protagoras in 450 BC said. That was an enterprise that failed, actually, because it was centered on capitalism and profit maximization. It was bound to fail because the human person is a more. Immanuel Kant said it. So yeah, I would have loved to go a little bit into political philosophy with Immanuel Kant said it. In his categorical imperative, the human being is a more. The human being is much more than something to be used as a means to an end. The human person is an end in himself. But Western capitalism degenerated into using human persons as means to ends. Okay, and that is only a Machiavellian philosophy that the end could justify the means. Okay, so the profit maximization, then you are ready to use human beings, even if it means killing millions of people so that Raytheon and major industries could make money. Okay, or even if sending Iran to the Stone Age so that the Israelis will feel that they are, America's darling. So human beings are being sacrificed as means to ends, which is against the Kantian categorical imperative. So the enterprise is bound to fail, and it has failed. And that's why I mentioned earlier that we are now going to see that any civilization that centers itself is bound to collapse. It's happened to ancient Greece. It's happened to ancient Rome. The Chinese are coming up with their Eastern philosophy. This Eastern philosophy is somewhat different from the philosophies of the West, from Western philosophy. If you read the history of Western philosophy, that's documented by people like Bertrand Russell, you will see William Durant, you will come to the conclusion that the Western civilization philosophy or metaphysics started from the collective and degenerated to the individual. So, and that's why in the Western society today, the family structures are very weak, okay, because the individual is the summum punctum of, the maximum point of everything. But in a traditional African culture, I am because we are the Ubuntu philosophy of East African cultures. And the Chinese are now coming to show, hey, we are going to build an economy that's not based on an individual. It's going to be on collective welfare because it is Eastern philosophy. And I am grateful that China is rising because China may end up becoming the savior of the human race from itself, from what the West have pushed, the precipice that the West has pushed us all onto. Okay. So that project has failed of trying to, centering Western philosophy as a movement towards building an inclusive humanity that is made up of individual atoms, individual human beings that are individual. It's never going to survive. For some people, that may sound like metaphysics, but that's simply political philosophy, the way it is the West perceives it and sees it. But for the Africans, what we have, Chinua Achebe wrote Arrow of God. In Arrow of God, he made Ezulu tell his son Oduchi, go to the white man's religion, learn their ways if you are to survive, but keep our ways, for they are true. So Africans should learn to keep our ways, for our ways saved our ancestors and served them for millennia. They are true. So, like the Chinese kept their ways and learned the ways of the white man and used the ways of the white man to trump and beat them in their capitalistic games. But instead of following capitalism to its logical conclusion, they say, no, Jack Ma, if you make noise, we'll put you in your place. The economy must be for every other person. You're not going to be above the government. Unlike America and the West, where the companies say, we are above the government, we select who rules, and then you have to submit to our commands and obey our interests. So Africans should learn not from the democracy that is being practiced in the West, but let's look at what the Chinese are doing. Our resources should be for the best interest of everybody. Nobody, no Elumelu should be above all of us. We all should be equal, and the fruits of our land should serve every member of our community. And that's the philosophy that we should learn and live by, or else we will go the way of every other extinct civilization.
All right, thank you, Franklyne. I'm sure that answers whatever question Ovie was getting at. Ovie, can you hear me? Okay, he's frozen again, so we can forget about Ovie for today.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Maska. Maska, welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rudolph, and thank you, Dr. Ogbunwezeh.
Yeah.
I follow your footsteps also. I have some Arabic names, but I try as much as possible to submerge them under my African name.
That's good.
And I'm sure that doesn't make me any lesser a Muslim than any other Muslim.
Not at all.
Yes. So first, thank you for coming on the show. I think this is the first time I am lucky to be able to interact directly with you. Most times you come, I'm probably engaged on something I could only listen. And I don't know whether fortunately or unfortunately, I can't, there's nothing for me to ask you, but just to thank you and appreciate you, because listening to people like you is a reaffirmation to some people like me, who truly believe that the idea even that people think that the disintegration of Nigeria is a solution, it's for me an absurdity. Also, the idea that any human being will sit somewhere and decide some situation, some circumstance, it's irredeemable. It's also an absurdity for me. I've seen people who have no legs. They've run marathon. They've run 100 meters, 400 meters. They have no leg. I've seen people who have no hands. They write. They use their leg, carry pen, and write. I can't sit and say this is impossible. Not after all the things I've seen physically, but even mentally, I've really come to a place where, for instance, if I tell myself, oh, I can't do this, it's my own problem. It's my own problem. Nobody is telling me that you cannot do it. And if anybody tells me I cannot do it, he is not in a position to tell me I cannot do it, because it's not me. It's only me that I can tell myself, oh, this thing you cannot do it, not any other person. And for me to even tell myself you cannot do it, I know I'm lying to myself because we have done, I'm not talking only about myself, but a lot of us, almost all of us, we've done things that sometimes we wonder, how did I manage to do this? So I just thank you on the two counts that you've reiterated, and I'm glad that you're an Igbo man, because a lot of my Igbo friends here think that if you don't want Nigeria to divide, it's simply because you're anti-Igbo. And I believe the main reason why I think that disintegration is not the way forward. I've read so many books. One of the books that really turned my head was this Tropical Dependency. It's written by the wife of Lord Bugatti, Flora Shaw.
Yeah, sure.
In that book, she was writing that she wished they had this labor of these Chinese people and all that. But unfortunately, she said it in her book that there are people who are more united, and therefore that their unity have denied them the ability to be able to enslave them.
Yeah.
And I've read so much to understood how, say, CIA, for instance, the level they go to make sure that they keep us divided.
Sure.
And day in, day out. And president of the US, they would sign an order, go and kill him. It's okay. I use any method. They have even doctors who are experts in poisoning people. And so, look, we need to understand that as Black people, as you guys have said, we are almost on the brink of extinct. I believe it's only God that has been saving us. A lot of these sicknesses that they've thrown to Africa, I'm sure some of them were intentional. It's meant to clear us out, but I think also the thing that has kept us, we are a very resilient set of people, but we need to also realize you can't just live on resilience alone. God has given everybody the brain. All of us should be using our brain. We should be using our senses. We should all wake up, sincerely speaking. You talk of imperialism, but I'm sure a lot of, even on this panel, people just bandy the word. Look, it doesn't sink on them what is this imperialism that people are talking about. I thank you there so that other people can also be able to. And thank you, Mr. Rudolph, for understanding that I'm calling from Nigeria. Maybe my internet may misbehave and giving me the spot ahead of people. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother Masca. Let me just say quite a few things. The human imagination, that's where we have one of the greatest gifts that nature endowed us with. Imagination is what made us create the earth, recreate our world. With imagination, we could get anywhere. I have about disintegration. People who peddle disintegration have never studied history. If they know a little bit of history, they would know. Do you know why the Spaniards, Pizarro was the conqueror of South America? He went to South America with not more than 300 men, and he conquered a whole continent. Do you know why he was able to achieve that?
I know why.
Because internally, the Amazonian tribes were very busy killing themselves. The Aztec civilization was very busy hunting every other person and sacrificing their heart to their god to keep the sun shining. So there were no alliances. Okay. So when Pizarro and his men came in, the whole place was already rotten. There was no alliances to save the Aztec Empire from this conquest. Okay. So unity is always a source of strength. There is this Igbo adage, or word. A father called his son and said, "Get me a broomstick." The son got a broomstick and he said, "Break it." The guy broke it. And he said, "Go and get me a bunch." And the guy got a bunch. He said, "Break it." The guy couldn't break it. And he told the son, "Igwebike, unity is strength." Okay. So once Nigerians are able to understand that in the courts where imperial decisions are made, that they see you all as black monkeys, then that's the reason why we all should band it together to defend our common interest. They don't see you as an Igbo man or a Yoruba man or an Hausa man. They see you as just means to an end. Let me use that word. Okay. So once we realize that, I know in the courts that I have been, that 99% of Nigerians don't know what is happening in Nigeria. They don't even know where decisions about Nigeria are being made every day. You should ask yourself, we have oil in Nigeria, but do you know that today that oil doesn't belong to Nigeria? The Nigerian government doesn't make money out of it because that oil has been mortgaged to the oil companies that have been there since 1956. Okay, and they will do everything to make sure that no resilient opposition right. There are a lot of things I will not even say in public forum. So many Nigerians don't know this, and I understand their ignorance. That's why I'm not harsh with anybody. I try just to present my vision of what I believe Africans should hanker towards. The peanuts that we are being fed, we are much more than that. Nigeria is richer than they are presenting to you. I always tell people, what is happening in Nigeria is being run like an intelligence operation. Most of the things that happen in Nigeria are not what they tell you that it is. Okay, Trump will come and tell us that they killed the commander of ISWAP. Nigerian government has told us that they killed that guy in 2024. Ask yourself, where does the truth lie? And ask yourself, when the American government was kicked out of Agadez in Niger Republic, why are they renegotiating deals to station a drone base in Nigeria? Yar'Adua rejected AFRICOM in 2011, I believe. Why are they coming through the back door? What is in Nigeria that everybody wants to have a foothold there? Nigerians don't ask this question. They only see that the Igbo man is an idiot, or that the Hausa man is a fool, or that the Yoruba man is these things are insignificant. Okay? We should wake up and smell the coffee. We are being recolonized gradually, and we are here fighting internal useless battles that don't make any meaning. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. Anybody that has seen that stops fighting these petty wars. The only Nigerian that I see that's making that is David Udein. He has seen what we've been screaming about. You will come to conferences, they will tell you that African leaders are corrupt. And you will look at European leaders. They are more corrupt than Africans. And why are they growing and we are not? And then you will come to see that corruption is not even the issue. The issue are the structures created after the Second World War in Bretton Woods. Okay? The rich countries will subsidize their agricultural products, preventing us from exporting, and they will force us to only plant cash crops. In schools, we learn there are two types of crops, cash crops and what is it called? So we are forced to produce for their economies, and we are prevented from industrializing. Why is a Jokuta moribund after every other person have tried? Why did we not pursue a Jokuta to its logical conclusion? Why are Nigerian collaborators part of it? Why don't we build cars in Nigeria? Why our refineries not working? The day we start asking salient questions, that is the day we will know that our problems is just a collaboration between those there and local idiots who think that politics is just there for them to fill their pockets. And they are bribed with a few billions, and then they will think that all is well. And their society is imprisoned for 100 years. Look at the ecological genocide that is being committed in the Niger Delta. Who has paid for it? Foreign companies come to Nigeria and do things that they will not do in Europe. A Nigerian man took the Coca-Cola to court in England and won. Do you know why he won? The guy was selling Coca-Cola to Nigerians in England, and majority of his customers were Nigerians. But they said, we don't like the Coca-Cola we drink here. We want Nigerian Coke. The guy went to Nigeria and imported the Coke being made in Nigeria. And it was seized by the British customs. And the guy said, why? They said, now we don't allow this to be sold in England. Why? They couldn't tell. The amount of benzoic acid in Nigerian Coca-Cola products is what no human being should consume. So that's why the British banned it. And the Nigerian guy wanted his money. They said no. The case went to court. The guy won. Do you know that NAFDAC was implicated in the case and they appealed? Nigerian NAFDAC appealed against that decision. And Coca-Cola appealed against it. What is unfit for human consumption is being forced on Nigerians to drink. And nobody. Okay? So what is not being sold here, Nigerians consume. That's why when I come to Nigeria, I don't even drink Coca-Cola or even beer or anything. My brother, the day I will open my mouth and say half of the things I know, I will disappear in a day. I know that. So I will just stop here.
Thank you, Franklin. Thank you, Masca. Let's go to Ikolola.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you.
All right. Ikolola, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, Dr. Damages, sorry. And thank you for coming in, Dr. Frank. I love your views on world politics. So I am going to go that way. My question to you is this. We all know I think we all know, some of us know, that the influence of the imperialists is everywhere. It's not just Africa, even in South America, even in some parts of Europe. I mean, we could see them annulling elections in places like Bulgaria and Romania. So it's not pertaining to Africa, but it's only those who can use the amount of leeway they are given to do the best for themselves that actually try to come out of the stranglehold. So my question to you is this. Based on the events happening now, in terms of the war in Ukraine and in terms of the war in the Middle East, the imperialists seems to be engaged. And I believe that their eyes have been taken off their main focus. I mean, the plans of the kinds of Kissinger. I believe somehow they're shifting their focus away from that. And it could be room for those nations that are under their stranglehold to maneuver and get their way out of the stranglehold. And it's going to be a very short period. Those who don't take that chance now, would never see it anymore.
I agree.
How do you think, or what do you think is the chances of West African nations and especially Nigeria, in running a credible election? Because that is I think credible election is the root cause of most of our problems. Forget all the people wearing Arsenal shirts. Or no, like Clinton said, when the economy works, human mind can always be changed. In the 80s, I watched Rangers. It's not a thing of the 70s. I never even knew anything called foreign football clubs. All I knew was IICC, Rangers, and Abiola Babes, because the economy worked to an extent and the stadiums worked. So you can go watch football. So you didn't care what happened in foreign lands. So how do you think the events of this time gives room for especially Nigeria to break that stranglehold? And what do you foresee in the next 3 years where this room will still be open? What give me your view of it? That's my question, please.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a brilliant question. I really appreciate it. There is a room now for countries under the stranglehold of decaying imperial powers to escape and try to form other alliances. You're going to see these alliances going forward in the Gulf states and in the Middle East, because the American protective umbrella has fallen off. Iran has shown that it is nothing, that the Americans are not keeping to their promises. So anybody that would survive going forward has to knock at the doors of the leaders in Tehran. For the Africans, you could see even the Europeans know that the tides are changing. So France is trying to run to Africa to reestablish and then to consolidate its stranglehold on African economies. It has now seen that the Sahelian regions are now becoming untenable for them. So they are moving towards the east, towards Kenya, Uganda, and South Africa. Okay, so for countries like Nigeria, first of all, I have not seen a credible foreign policy that Nigeria has since after the end of apartheid. Nigeria has not had a credible foreign policy that you could look at and say, this is our direction. Okay. Goodluck Jonathan, one of the reasons why he lost the election to Buhari was because Goodluck Jonathan made a conscious move towards accommodating the Chinese in Nigeria. Okay. And that never bode well for anybody who is a Nigerian president, because Washington and the Washington consensus never liked that. China is a strong competitor. The Chinese were coming, they were building projects in Nigeria under Jonathan. So it's one of the strong reasons. If you listen to the tidbits that's coming out of Washington, you will know that that was one of the major reasons that the Obama administration, people think it's special. It's not personal, it's the American imperial move. Okay. So if you are a friend to their enemy, you are an enemy. So, and then they wanted a guy. Immediately Buhari came to power, you saw that. You saw a radical change. Okay, ExxonMobil became, one of the major, returned to their position as one of the major players, where Shell BP seemed to be slacking. So, how can Nigeria utilize this climate of uncertainty in the world geopolitics and try to create strategic alliances with countries like China and with coming powers like Iran, Turkey, and all the rest of them? There are ways, but you should know that Nigeria is being equally recorded. The Israelis are there trying to make deals with the Nigerian government at this moment that I'm talking to you about. Okay, so they have signed deals in security, and you should know that the Israelis manufacture some of the most lethal weapons, that there is. So they are partnering with the Nigerian government. And why would a government want such lethal weapons? It's not only to fight Boko Haram or other things, it's equally to keep the citizens at bay, so that those who will steal the elections will now use the same things against. Remember, most of our deadliest killers in Nigeria were trained in Israel. Sergeant Rogers told us as much. Okay, under Abacha, he was trained by the Israelis. So most of those guys that gunned people down in the streets of Lagos were trained by them. So they are busy signing, and you have to know Israel and America are allies. Okay, so if Israel are calling the shots in Abuja, Bianco Ojukwu is busy signing those documents with them, then that means that Americans are still there. Okay, so how can a very plausible foreign policy that like we had during the non-aligned movement, how can we bring such things back again? I don't see a strong president at the moment in Nigeria. I don't see a president that has the guts to challenge any of the major powers to say, I am not towing your path. But Nigeria should start making moves towards China. Learn what the Chinese have been doing. Let them come in. Let all the players come in. That should be the laws of the market. But you should know, when the WTO was signed, the West used the WTO for their own advantage. Okay, once China was admitted, China learned the rules and used the rules to its own advantage. Now they are going back to subsidizing their economy and then, fighting tariff wars. Okay, before they said there should be no tariffs on anything. Now the Chinese are manufacturing better cars. They said, no, you are not selling these cars in our countries, because once Chinese cars gets introduced into the United States in massive forms, or in Europe, all this kind, Detroit will go bankrupt and German car makers will go back, because the Chinese are building better cars, more technologically advanced cars, and almost every other thing. So now the West has rediscovered tariffs, which they forced African countries not to impose on goods. Okay, so where do we stand now? So I don't know, but you could see that in the Sahelian region, that they are aligning themselves with Russia, and there is a war going on to make sure that that alliance is not sustainable. And that's why you see the Ukrainians sending people to come and fight the Russians in Mali. Okay, so there are realignments going on every other place, but I don't know how Nigeria will profit from it. The Americans and the Israelis are trying to foment trouble in South Africa. They are the ones financing right now what you call xenophobic attacks. Okay, because South Africa took Israel to the World Court, accusing them of genocide. So they are trying to make sure that that land burns. So there are realignments, and there is something I call the Samson option. sorry, the Samson syndrome. Samson syndrome is once an empire feels that it's dying, it will go to the pillars that is holding the building and push it down so that every other thing will collapse. That's exactly what I fear that America will do. If it feels that it's going to lose and lose big in Iran, it may turn to nuclear weapons. And that will be the end of us all as we know it, because other countries that have nuclear weapons will not stand by and then watch it happen. So I don't know how we could profit from that, but we need credible elections, like you said. But how can credible elections come from people who came in stealing elections? So you cannot give what you don't have. So I don't see how that is possible at the moment, because if you look at the primaries that have just been concluded, you could see that the elections is already being stolen in broad daylight. Okay, people will count 220 from 1. You jump to 220, you didn't count 2, 3, or 4. We saw the video circulating online. So how do we expect credible structures, credible institutions, and credible elections from such people? The guy manning the Electoral Commission was Tinubu's lawyer at the tribunal. So how could we trust? We are now going back to option A4 that Humphrey Nwosu used during Babangida era, against the backdrop of the fact that we spent over 300 billion naira under Yakubu Mahmoud for electronic transmission of results during elections. So are we retrogressing or are we advancing? Nigeria, sometimes you can understand the man from Gambia that said that Nigeria's problems are insurmountable. But this is why we should never keep quiet. We should keep on raising our voices and keep on screaming from the rooftops that we should get it right. It may not happen today, but incrementally, we'll come to that point where we have educated enough Nigerians to say, thus far, no further.
All right. Thank you so much. So looking at people coming in and people waiting, I think, Dr. Franklyne, maybe we can take 2 or 3 questions at once.
Okay.
And then, of course, if we need a break, we are getting into the 3rd hour. We take a break, but we are going to get everybody to ask a question or make a comment. We ask you to make it brief if you can, so that we can reach the people who are spending more than an hour waiting. All right. Akuwudike, welcome. You are next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and welcome, Mr. Ogbunwezeh, Dr. Ogbunwezeh. So
Ogbunwezeh is okay. Doctor is just a title, but because I worked on my doctoral work, so.
Yeah, so I will try my best to make my question as simple as possible. And I'm asking this from the perspective of the gap between theory and practice. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. What if your idea of a unified and successful Nigeria never came to fruition?
Okay. What if?
Yeah, what if? Can younger intellectuals whose teachings were influenced by your ideas look back and then say your ideas failed without being unfair to your intellectual fecundity?
Thank you very much. What if my ideas are okay? Plato proposed the idea of a republic. Aristotle proposed the idea that the aristocrats, the best of the society, should govern. Okay, everybody is an ideological marketplace. Everybody is free to present his own ideas and let facts push them wherever they may. That I am pleading for a united, strong Nigeria is because I have seen what unity could attain. I have seen that no society, no human society is pure. If you look into the DNA history, you will see that no society is pure. People came from everywhere and mixed, okay, and became societies with social evolution. So why must we divide a country that is as rich as many Nigerians clamoring, let's divide Nigeria, have not even traveled from Sokoto till Port Harcourt. If you create the infrastructure of unity, Nigeria will be united. We don't have a single rail line running from Sokoto to Port Harcourt, cutting across all the states or east to west. You will see things you've never seen. You will see that human beings basically are the same. Everybody wants to feed his family, have something for retirement, live a peaceful, happy life with his neighbor. Okay, so this is Now listen, politics attracts mostly the sociopaths who have this what is called the dark triad of personality: Machiavellian, sociopaths, and narcissists. So, and they are 1% of a population. They are not all of us. So they are the ones who are ready to fight and kill to make sure that they achieve what they believe to be their ideologies. But the majority of us want to lead peaceful lives. That's why many Nigerians elope to Europe. We stay there, we live peaceful lives. Nobody knocks on the door at night and says, "Where is the money?" Or nobody stops you on the way and shoots you. But those people you see, you think that they are just one people because they speak a common language. Hell no, they are not. You look deeper than you can see, you will see that people came from various places. In Germany, we have the Prussians that made up part of Berlin and the eastern part of Germany. In the West, you have people colonized by Rome in that time. So they were intermingling, intermarriages, and created races, created societies, created countries. Okay, so Nigeria can survive if we work on it. Nothing comes by accident. There must be a conscious decision to work on the Nigerian project. And this conscious decision must be agreed by elite consensus of the Nigerian people. Okay, so if we don't work on it, it will never happen. If we keep on fighting to divide it, we will destroy it. But if we say, let us leave these differences aside, they are important, but let us concentrate on the most important things, which is let us secure our survival in the Committee of Nations first. And then we can talk about the local issues later. But we are much more focused on the things that divide us more than on the things that could push us forward. The Chinese are not doing that. If you think that the Chinese are just one people, you are joking. They are not. Okay, we have various peoples and tribes in China as well. But what are they doing? They are rampaging on all four fronts of development. That's what we need. If you create a stable society where everybody is treated equally and fairly, that society will develop. There will be justice, there will be unity. And that's all I am for. Okay? Because if you keep dividing, well, where do you stop? That's the question.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Femi.
Welcome again, Doctor.
Hello.
Yes, sir. I have a couple of narratives that will culminate in my question real quick.
Okay.
It may have been Larry Wilkinson that educated me on the fact that we're seeing a similar thing to what's happening with the Belt and Road Initiative.
Mm-hmm.
There was a previous form in terms of how Germany was trying to do the same thing before we got to the First World War.
Mm-hmm.
We had the GCPOA, as
Yeah.
imperfect as it might sound, as it may have been.
Mm-hmm.
People, the so-called war hawks, that did not want it.
The Israelis are the ones that never wanted it.
Right. And the new cons in America as well, amongst others.
Okay.
Well, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
We saw, thankfully, you mentioned certain things, including the case of the poly market trading that we continue to experience right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's the issue of the so-called nuclear dust that nobody's willing to tell us or admit, even though it's an open secret, that Israel has a nuclear weapon. And of course, the same thing that's played out with North Korea before they eventually decide, you know what, we don't care. We're going for the nuclear weapon. Is about to play again, and that might result in the likes of Saudi Arabia, for example, deciding to get theirs too, as can be seen with the interminglings with Pakistan. We had Macron, like you also said, because I was also going to mention that, making a detour to the rest of Africa, having been chased literally from the Sahel.
Yeah, Sahel, yeah.
They're trying to do underneath to try to create chaos in Mali, for example. Detail for what happened with the case of Gaddafi and how this thing just spiraled down. And of course, you see what's happening in between Saudi Arabia and UAE in Sudan, for example, and all the entire craziness. It leads me to remember something that my mom used to tell us when we were younger. That she used to say to Yoruba that so we don't really do. There's a lot. I've always believed, Doctor, that we are the principalities. There's some principalities and powers that actually are human beings that do things that we do not understand. We think we understand, but we do not. it leads me to my question that has to do with Africa and Nigeria, Black Africa, especially now, if you will, and Nigeria. As much as we can, I mean, because people will keep telling you, oh, there's a lot of us that come here to spew conspiracies. I did not understand a lot of things, and it started to make sense to me. How are we going to be able to get ourselves out of the grips of the people that have continued to perpetuate the things that some of us want to just discountenance and say, why is it that we've not been able to get rid? Why, after all, we're not the only ones that were colonized. Again, to your point, I understand. I didn't get this before. I was previously in the other camp. Now I understand, but a lot of people do not understand how this thing affects us even up to tomorrow. How is it possible to get out of the grips? Because this thing is not going away anytime soon. That's why 2027 for me, we're just wasting our time.
All right.
Well,
thank you, Kenny.
thank you very much. I have always told Rudolph backstage before we got in that I am so very much. Anyway, even before I told Rudolph that, I was invited to the Diplomatic Academy in 2005 in Vienna. European diplomats, and I told them that I'm a discontented Democrat, that democracy is a dogma. I think the video should be on YouTube somewhere. Democracy became a dogma that the West used to confuse many of us, because if you are democratically elected and they don't like you, they will overthrow you tomorrow. Mossadegh in Iran, Salvador Allende in Chile, 73, Arbenz in Guatemala. Okay, if they don't like you, democracy for them, they don't care about democracy once it comes to Africa. What they want is their man in power. So, and we have been screaming. There's a tiny book called The CIA's Greatest Hits. Everybody should find that book and read. They tell you in black and white what they were doing. They wrote it themselves. This is what we do. We don't care about your democracy. What we want is that you obey what we tell you. If you don't do it, you are out. John Perkins came out and wrote The Economic Hitman, and people thought he was joking. He was just telling you the secrets of what they do. Once you're elected, they come with briefcases and tell you, hey, this IMF loan we are talking about, it's time for you to take it. Okay? In 1990, Babangida inaugurated a commission, the Cookie Commission, to debate the IMF, whether Nigeria should take the IMF loan. There were debates everywhere in Enugu and all whatnot. Nigerians decided we don't need IMF loan. 2 days later, Babangida took IMF loan and started structural adjustment program. And Nigerians went on the streets, and students were shot in the streets of Lagos. So they come and tell you what they want you to do. If you don't do that, you are kicked out of office. Okay? Henry Kissinger personally signed off on Murtala Mohammed being executed in the Dinka's coup. So a lot of Nigerians don't know this. You need to read the declassified documents of the Americans or the British. You will see what they, that's what I say. But there are some Americans that say that knowledge is hidden in books. If you want to hide it from the black man, you hide it in books. They destroyed our educational system. Nigerians don't read anymore. You cannot even buy a book. Gowon wrote his autobiography of 75,000 naira. How many Nigerians make 75,000 naira in a month? So how can you read? So some of those things are hidden in books. But once we read, you will find out that they are playing us for a dummy. I will tell people Nigeria is being run like an intelligence operation, and that's what it is. Tinubu never won the last election. Quote me anywhere. He didn't win it. So that's why every Nigerian that wants to be president has to go to Chatham House first of all. What is Chatham House? Ask yourself that question. You have to go there and tell them what you have to do for them, not what you do for your people. You may not even come for a debate in Nigeria, but you have to go to a debate there and tell them, and they will look at you and say, is this guy leaning towards China, or is he going to pay us our money that they borrowed? Obasanjo came to power in 2009. The first thing he did was to pay off all the Paris Club debts, $18 billion of Nigeria's money. Do you know what that money could have done for Nigeria? The Russians rose up sometime and said, we're not paying the West any money that we borrowed from them. They repudiated that debt. It was one of the cases we made at the Jubilee celebrations in the Vatican when I went there to speak. That Africans should repudiate that because those debts are odious debts. We have paid those debts over and over again, and the principle still remained. And Obasanjo came and cleared it up. And they have to second Okonjo-Iweala from the World Bank to come and superintend our handing our resources back to the white man. And that Deniyi that they paid in dollars, where every other minister was receiving money in naira. And we think that they loved us so much. For God so loved the world that they gave us their only begotten son and daughter to come and rescue our economy. My brother, I don't know how we can start. In fact, I think we need another part of this debate. We really need to start talking to ourselves the raw truth. Now, one thing the internet has done is to give us the platform to speak. Other times, when I got to know Rudolph was running a website called Quenu.com. That was when we were writing.
Yeah, I wasn't running it, but I was writing there too, which it's more in it.
More, and then that was when we were writing, and we were debating with the likes of Bolaji Aluko, them in the Nigerian list serves, and Pa Ikide and all the rest of them, and my bosom friend Pius Adesam. That was when we got to know each other. We were writing for the intellectuals to read. But at the point, Pius and myself, we decided, let us get out of this forum and go and meet Nigerians where they are and talk to them. Because we write journal articles and they are in journals and book chapters. Nobody reads them. But you come to them and tell them, hey, and first of all, they will disagree with you. They will tell you are crazy. They will tell you you're a conspiracy theorist. But you bring proofs for whatever you say. And then they will see you're not the one saying that. The people doing it are telling you themselves, look at what we have done to you. So how do we get a credible system? Gaddafi was not democratically elected in Libya, but before Gaddafi was killed, you scarcely find a Libyan living in any Western country because everything they needed was in Libya. Libya was a desert, don't forget, but Libya was a land flowing with milk and honey under Gaddafi. And they said that people were fighting and wanted Gaddafi out. No, it was CIA financed because the Israelis wanted to eliminate Gaddafi and eliminate the countries that they wanted. Okay, so they told you that, not me. They wrote it down for posterity for you to read. But we scarcely read those things, and then we don't know where, like Chinua Achebe proverbially said, we don't know where the rain started to beat us, and we may never know where it stops. So how do we get each other out of it? First of all, we need to educate ourselves. We need to overhaul our educational system. It's not right. What we are having is not education, it's just rote learning. Okay? Our people are not taught to think critically. Interrogate issues, question. You know, as St. Paul said it in one of his letters, as a child, I asked questions, but as an adult, I have to question answers. Start questioning the answers you were given. You will find out that most of the things that you learned in your educational cycle were all raw propaganda. Check out those the houses, the publishers that publish those books that you were reading. You ask yourself, what were their agenda? What were they trying to sell to me? They were selling you Western-oriented centering. They centered the West as the measure of every central tendency. Everything the white man did was good, and everything the black man did was evil. So Satan must be painted black. I don't need to start sounding Pan-Africanist here, but sometimes you can't help it.
All right. I have to break a lot of hearts now. I got a message more than 10 minutes ago that our guest has to go. I'm not sure if this 10 minutes is in the future or is gone now, but unfortunately,
it's 10 minutes in the future.
Oh, in the future. Okay, all right. So he has to go. So I know that a lot of people have been waiting for long, and it's unfortunate. That's why sometimes I tell people to get their questions, make it brief so that we can get to everybody. So what we're going to do now, I have Man of Prestige, I have Ife, I have Victory, I have the Flagship, and Oti, and then Ovie is waiting to finish up his question. So I don't know what to do to make this happen.
I can take only 4 questions right now.
Four questions.
Yeah, 4.
4 questions, and maybe we can get it together so that two at a time, so that you can. So I'll get Man of Prestige. I know you came in early too. So let's go Man of Prestige. Make it fast so that we can, I think he can handle it if you guys may help. Go ahead, Man of Prestige. Oh, you are muted.
Okay, you can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, how you doing, Dr. Ogbunwezeh? Nice to meet you. It's always a pleasure to have you, whenever you come here. So I'm going to make it fast. I was going to make an analogy in reference to the sports where we are right now, but I'm not going to do that. So let me go straight to my question. So my question is that more than 50 years after the end of the Civil War, the Igbos, and the community and me, we are very economical, and political marginalized. Do you think Nigerian government, should have done something to address the the Igbos, because of what they went through, the genocide and everything that they went through, to promote a real reconciliation and, genuine national unity? In my own opinion, I don't think anything has been done at all. So
I agree with you. I agree with you. I believe that the Nigerian government should do something. Even if they don't do it now, Nigerian government should do. In fact, the saints of Biafra need to be atoned. A genocide was committed against the people.
Right.
If that is never atoned, that will always be a stumbling block to Nigeria's development. It grants a license to every person that thinks he can kill people and get away with it. Biafra opened that door, okay, until the ghosts of Biafra are propitiated. We will never know peace in Nigeria. It's not. I'm not a religious person, but these are the facts. We see it in societies that never propitiated the ghosts of genocide. Genocide is the ultimate crime. Is the crime of crimes. Any society, any country that commits a genocide without addressing it. The Germans committed a genocide against the Jews. They have spent this whole, since 1945 till date, they are still atoning for it. So Nigeria needs to make atonement for the Biafrans, for the Igbos that were killed. As for being marginalized economically and all whatnot, I tell you, my brother, today every Nigerian is marginalized. The kind of hunger in that country is marginalizing every other person. In fact, every poor Nigerian today is a Biafran. So don't think that it's not only the Igbos. If I tell you the kind of poverty I encountered traveling the length and breadth of Nigeria in 2021, then you will know that we have a common problem. The common problem is the poverty of ideas dominating the decision-making bodies across Nigeria. You think that the North has been in power for so many years. What have the Northern governors achieved in the northern part of Nigeria? We still have Amajiri kids, children, begging, children that in other climes, in civilized climes, these children are still enjoying their childhood. In Nigeria, they are begging on the streets and being exploited. Do you know the amount of Nigerian kids that have been sexually exploited by these people that are supposed to be taking charge of them? So it's not only the Igbos or the marginalized. It's not, it's not a class warfare of a thing. Okay, this is in Nigeria. It's either you are rich or very poor. We don't have even a middle class. So those people who believe that in the middle class, they are just surviving because it takes only one emergency to cripple you. Okay, I know when my mom got sick, I know how much I sent from here, and I know what that is in Naira just to get her treated in a hospital. Okay, how many Nigerians could just walk into a hospital and just do a checkup? That's why you see Nigerians collapsing on the streets and dying, or you see people getting so much frustrated that they jump into the lagoon and commit suicide. The ordinary man on the streets of Nigeria is the marginalized person. Okay, so that's the people I'm fighting for. That's the person I'm fighting for, not for enclaves. I believe that we are one. Okay, we can. Kayode, Okeke, Musa, and all that, they are my brothers. We can fight and get a Nigeria that functions for every one of us. Because when the armed robber stops you on the street, he doesn't ask you, what is your name? He asks you, where is the money? The money that you don't have. Okay, the guys that are kidnapping people, they don't even distinguish between religions anymore. They just ask, go get the money. If you don't get the money, they will brutalize you. They are kidnapping people in the north. They're not kidnapping. They're not kidnapping them because they are Biafrans or because they are Hausa. They're kidnapping them because they need money and because our government is so very incompetent to arrest that slide. So that's what we should be fighting for. Every other thing that has masks of ethnicity, it doesn't tell the whole story. It's important. I am Igbo. I speak Igbo language. I love it so very much. I hate what was done to the Biafrans. I hate it to the core of my being because it was a genocide. But we should not lose sight of other issues, which is united, we are stronger, and we have the onslaught of colonialism coming on our shores. Unless we unite, we can never stave that off. But if we keep on fighting these silly battles, then we will be doomed as a race of people.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Ife. Ife, quickly, your question, Victory. After Ife and Victory should ask their questions before Dr. Franklyne will answer. Go ahead, Ife.
Dr. Franklyne, good evening. Unfortunately, I have a lot of questions written down here, but I'm not going to ask you. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you any question. Don't worry. I'm not going to ask you even one question because I have a lot and I don't want to ask you one because they all run together. But I just want to tell you thank you. I always like to listen to you. You can sit down here and speak from morning till night. You, Chindo Dinkalo, Okendibe. I can listen to you guys from morning till night and I won't be tired. But unfortunately, I won't get to ask my question. I'm not mad. I'm not angry. It's okay. That's not going to solve the problem of Nigeria, to be honest with you. But
I'll promise you one thing. I'll promise you one thing. Thank you very much for the compliment. I do appreciate it coming from you. I find you guys here a very intelligent bunch. But Rudolph, you have to get me back here as quickly as possible. Keep those questions. I will take them on because I love the dialogue. So, Rudolph, now I am inviting myself for the next part.
All right. I'll give you a
podcast.
I'll give you a date. Yeah?
No, I don't do a podcast. I have a lot on my plate at the moment. So
okay, all right, no problem. Thank you,
Mr. Ogbunwezeh, you need to do one, please. You need to do one.
No, my brother Rudolph is doing that for us. I will always be here for you guys.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Victory quickly. Victory, welcome.
Thank you, Rudolph, and thank you, Dr. Franklyne. It's always a pleasure having you on our show. For the past few times that you've been here, either I'm doing something, I'm busy, but I do listen to you, and you're actually a delight to be here. I'm going to be very quick. For me, I can tell you for a fact that capitalism doesn't work. For example, if you look at how rich the owner of Amazon is, yet he's still struggling with other small third-party sellers to sell the same product. So that's a typical example for you to know that capitalism doesn't work.
I agree with you. I agree totally with you. You're right.
So that's a fact. And my second thing I was going to say, when is Nigerian men going to stand up and do the right thing? I'm so sick and tired of black men, particularly Nigerian men. When are we going to do the right thing for our people? Because I have a vision of some sort of government that will work for us, i.e., every ethnic group having a representative at the table, having one president like President Xi in China, have like a 50 years plan to see what are we going to do for education, healthcare, nuclear science, everything, and stop wasting our time going for this election every 4 years. It's just a waste of our time. And to end it up as well, how come your message that you've been passing out here and other places, how come no Nigeria has taken it upon themselves to sponsor your message and your message can go far? Because Nigerians have to be educated so that they know what is happening around them. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Victor. No. I will take that shortly. Yeah, capitalism, if drawn to its logical conclusion, this will never work. Is for the it came out of feudalism, European feudalism. Don't forget that. And feudalism has the lords, the nobles, and the serfs. Every other person is a peasant, and these peasants are condemned to work their entire lives, to make sure that the lords and the nobles feed fat. Okay, and there was a time in Europe where the king and the nobles and all have the law of the first night. So even if you marry a wife, it is the noble that will come down first of all and then sleep with your wife, and then it is right. Okay, so capitalism came out of European feudalism. That was not the way we used to live. People don't, because it has been mainstream. People think that is the history of human economics. No, human beings banded together and then created what is society? Society is coming together of various people, staying together and then exchanging goods and services, and then helping each other to grow. In the Igbo traditional setup then, this word, Ogbenye means a poor person. But if you look at this etymology of that word, Ogbenye means Onye Ogbenye. That is the person that is being cared for by the community. That means the Ogbenyes are not people that are not rich. It's like if you lose your husband and you're a widow or an orphan, okay? when the village hunter goes on his rounds, he comes to the homestead of a widow and drops some pieces of meat. And when the thatched roof leaks, the whole young men in the community will come together. This is the person that's called Ogbunwezeh, a poor person. They will help and fix. So human beings have almost always been united in helping each other. That's why we created villages. We lived together to help each other. But capitalism came and said, hey, I will sell you a product, and everything I want is my own profit. Even if the society dies, I don't care. So that's why it doesn't work. And Western capitalism teamed up with American democracy and called itself democracy, and then we bought into it. Okay. And then the Chinese took a different path and said, like you said, the Politburo, intelligent men are sitting there. They map out the vision for the society going forward into the future. They don't waste their time in these 4-year elections. And American democracy, Western democracy has failed Africa because we were being teleguided with it. So if we could come together to, get out a structure of governance that suits our climb, we must not borrow everything from the Chinese or from the Americans, but we have to create autonomous governance structures. The Yorubas had the Oba. It served them well before the white man came. The Benin had the Oba, created one of the most beautiful cities in ancient Africa. The Igbos had their republican democracy. It served them. We could look into this past and create something that could survive the present and lead us into the future. But we are not thinking anymore. We are no longer a thinking people. We just want to survive. And we are pushed to the level of survival so that we will stop thinking. And then they will come and colonize our thought pattern, our resources, and every other thing. So we really need to get back to thinking. It is philosophy. Once we get the philosophy right, philosophy of our education, philosophy of our lives, and everything will follow in due course. As for people sponsoring my message, I'm not the only person who is pushing this message. If you look at what Rudolph is doing, if you look at all of you here, we all have this same vision. That's why you want to listen to it. We believe in a Nigeria that could work for every other person. We are angry that Nigeria is not working. Or we are frustrated that despite every attempt, that nothing is moving. So that means Nigeria is ripe for a change. And that's why we keep doing what we're doing. I'm not doing it because anybody's paying me. Nobody's paying me a cent to do this. I'm doing it because I believe that until Nigeria crosses that Rubicon and becomes advanced, no black man would ever gain respect anywhere in the Committee of Nations. So that's why we're doing what we're doing.
All right, one more. I think at least the flagship. We have no name today.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Rudolph. Good afternoon, my friend. Dr. Ogbunwezeh, it's always a delight. Here in the West, there's an expression we always make when we eat a good, sumptuous meal, and it is You can't have enough of it, and that's what you bring to the table. When Rudolph told me yesterday that you were coming, I said, at all costs, I'll be here. I never get tired of you, just like my sister Ify said. You can speak all day, and I'll sit down and listen. I know you have to go. We're pressed for time. Each time you speak, I try to find a way that I can disagree with you in your opinion. But it's been hard for me for the last 5 times you've come here to speak. And today, I think I found one. But I'll leave it for next time when you come. But here's my quick question to you, Doc. The world as we know it today is changing. It's making a big shift from what we know it to be. In the mid-90s, thereabout, there was the Industrial Revolution. Africa missed out on it. Mm-hmm. And then in the 80s, the Computer Revolution came. We still missed out on it. And here we are, artificial intelligence is here. Mm-hmm. And it looks like we're missing out on it again.
We have already missed out. That ship has already sailed.
All right. Mm-hmm. Knowing what we are facing now and where the world is going and how much of a change we're going to experience, what do you think the conversation should be like and the line of action within the intellectual space in Nigeria, maybe Africa, and what are we supposed to be doing? And I heard you say this, that the West is clamoring for our resources, but I beg to differ that is just a mirage. Jeff Bezos, in a Bloomberg interview that I listened to in February, did say something very remarkable, and I think a lot of people missed it. Jeff Bezos is saying that the world is running out of resources to be able to accommodate this AI bubble or move that we are seeing today. So they are looking out there to space. That's where they want to go get it from. So your rare earth minerals that you think they are coming for in Africa or wherever they are going to, it's not going to be enough to push this artificial intelligence gig that's going on. Infrastructure and power are two things that they are lacking, and that the AI bubble cannot survive if they don't get enough of. That's why they are going out there to space. We in Africa, most especially Nigeria, are thinking about something that has been left behind some 2 centuries ago, and hoping that that's where our life and everything that controls us lies on. What should we be talking about now and doing in order for us not to again completely miss out of what is going on? In 50 years, maybe 100 years from now, your natural resources will be useless as far as this earth is concerned and as far as humanity is concerned. They've shifted plan. Where should we be looking at? What should we be talking about? What should we be doing as a people?
All right.
No, Rudolph. I'll pay attention to this. This is such a brilliant take, a brilliant question. First of all, I will tell you, I listened to Bezos. I listened to that interview, but I chalked it up to what an industrialist trying to gain contracts from the American government for his space exploration program would just say, just to make the money. Now you should ask yourself, why is Trump hell-bent on peddling the narrative of Christian genocide in Nigeria? And look at the memorandum of understanding they forced the Nigerian government to sign. They told the Nigerian government explicitly to kick out the Chinese and ensure that the Americans get access to mining rights in the north of Nigeria. So if they are going to get all those from the moon, if resources are not the issue, why is the American government? Yeah.
So I'll give you a quick response if you want me to. 30 seconds.
Okay.
Like I said, power and infrastructure are two things that they need. And they know they can get it from the northern part of Nigeria and the Sahara. That's what they're battling for, from what I've seen. And the Chinese also are in this fight, not just for the resources, but they're trying to see where they can cheaply harness this energy from the sun. And we have a great land mass and space where they can set this up and begin to harness them and store them. That's where I believe that controversy is coming from.
No, you have to ask yourself, what about the deserts of Arizona, the United States? Across the Rocky Mountains, half of America is uninhabitable. Half of America, Mojave Desert, has the same conditions like the Sahel and the Sahara. So the United States government could gain every power generation capacity that it wants from there.
But they're not willing to use it, just like they don't use their oil. They're not going to use it.
No, you are right. But I'm just trying to tell you that there is more. It has to do with what has been discovered in that basin, stretching from North Nigeria towards the Sahel. They know what they are doing. So that's why they are trying to make sure that they kick every competition out. But we will discuss this when I come again. Turning to your second question, what should we be discussing today that we're trying to miss out on the AI revolution? There was no way Nigeria or many African countries are going to catch up when we cannot even generate basic power, electricity, to power anything. I remember Tinubu and Fashola telling us that if they don't give us power, that we should stone them. It is a shame that a country of over close to 300 million people now, Nigeria, cannot even generate 5,000 megawatts of electricity. So, Nnamdi Azikiwe, while he was manning the West African pilot, had a motto for his newspaper. It says, show the light and the people will find the way. Nigeria, we don't even have, Nigerians are talented people. Very, very talented. Just give them energy, give them light. What the government can, let the government provide what it can. And you will see an explosion of ingenuity across board in Nigeria. So we have already missed out. That's why many Nigerians come abroad and they are thriving. They not only thrive, they are excelling. Why is that the case? Because the conditions requisite for thriving and excellence are there. Create the same conditions in Nigeria, we will make a leap. Now, the Igbos came late to the educational program as the white man came to Nigeria. It took them 30 years to close that gap. Nigerians can do that. Nigerians can close this AI gap in a generation if you create the requisite conditions necessary for that. Okay? All this, let me tell you, many of us living in Europe are living here because the conditions are there. If the conditions are back home, you will not be spending your winters here. You will be spending it somewhere in Lagos.
Right.
That at the end of the day, you will drink your palm wine and then work on your systems. So if the conditions, and this is the conditions that our government has refused or have been hamstringed into not providing for the average Nigerian. So that's why we seem to be missing out. The potentials we have across the continent is so very great. You cannot even imagine what will unleash if we create the necessary conditions. You know, you see Nigerian doctors coming home from abroad to establish a hospital in Nigeria, and they buy diesel for, so much money that they cannot even sustain running a hospital. Okay. And you see Nigerian nuclear scientists, when they come home, where are they going to work? The government doesn't even know what nuclear energy is all about.
Mm-hmm.
So who in the cabinet do you think is intellectual enough to help Nigeria look to, or who knows a lot of history to help Nigeria realize that, hey, look at the future. Let's make a 50-year plan. Let us start implement and make sure that every government that comes works on this plan going forward. All we need are the conditions, and we will catch up and close that gap in a generation. I can assure you of that. So we have lost out, but we can still do something if we get the right and credible government in place that actually understands that we need power supply. First of all, the primary thing, the basics. With power, you could have solved half of the problems that the government has created for itself in Nigeria. Okay, that's just, it's crazy. But
all right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Flagship. This is what I'm promising you guys. Next time we bring him back, which will be soon. I won't have any one-on-one with him. I will throw it open so that more people will have the chance to interact with him. Unfortunately, I know this is important to everybody that came here, but our guest, Franklyne, has to go. Dr. Ogbunwezeh, thank you so much for being here.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you all.
Thank you, Frankly. We appreciate it. We'll be expecting you.
I've not asked my question. I should I be the one out?
You were the cutoff point.
Next time you'll be the number one. Don't worry.
No. Sorry. Good evening, Dr. Ogbunwezeh.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Go
right.
ahead.
Yes,
Go
I
ahead.
think you've spoken quite a lot about this question of Nigerian unity, as well as if like the anathema of disintegration. Well, I think I would say I disagree with you in some area. I mean, you actually spoke about the infrastructure of unity, the need to build it or to develop it. Now, but this infrastructure may well include a separation, kind of a loosening of the structure as we have it in Nigeria today. And because we have serious Nigerians thinking about restructuring. And this process may well include, affording the various nations, various peoples of Nigeria, the opportunity, the space to kind of, greater self-autonomy to really kind of develop their peculiar, or particular political system in a way. Because yes, we are all Africans, all right. We share common humanity, brothers, sisters, Igbos, Yorubas, and all the various. But we coming from different philosophical roots, and we have different outlook on life. one cannot just ignore all this. And the unity thing can just be at every cost. So restructuring, a serious discussion about that. And we cannot foreclose, if like a loosening of the structure as it is, even, I mean, everybody would, I wouldn't say everybody, but at least most people would agree that it's not working. We've been kind of in this experiment. Something we can't just carry on, with a kind of a hope or a fetishism of unity, Nigerian unity. So where are we going with that? So really, I think we have to have more, I would say, discussion about it, and interrogate the possibilities. I don't just buy into
I
it.
agree. I agree with most of the things you said, my brother. Now let's look at this way. Unity doesn't mean homogeneity.
Okay. Yeah.
Unity means that we are different. We understand that we have differences, but we have a common purpose, and that is the nation. Okay, we have to have a philosophy that guides this nation. Losing it, yeah, you are absolutely right. They call us tribes, but we are nations. The Igbos are much more than in Switzerland, where I worked before coming back to Germany. It's only 10 million people, and and the Igbos alone is a nationality of more than 80-90 million people. Okay, yeah, I understand there is need for interrogation of every pedestal of meaning. I agree with that, but now the issue is that I believe in interrogating issues, and that's why I interrogate the idea that separation is the answer. We have found ourselves together. There are things that speak more that we are greater. We have a better chance of making it out together than we have of going it alone. People will tell you the Jews, the Israelis. If I tell you, I have been there. I have visited all these places. Without the American and European powers, Israel will cease to exist. America subsidized that country $3 billion every year. Don't forget that. And that's the only example they will give. They will give you the example of South Sudan. I went to South Sudan myself. How is that faring today? That experiment. They will tell you Eritrea and Ethiopia. How are those faring? We should look at the examples that have already tried it, okay, and seen. So Nigeria is terrible for every Nigerian. I'm telling you that because I have consulted across board. I worked in genocide. I was director of genocide prevention in Africa for the Christian Solidarity International in Switzerland from 2020 to 2024. I traveled the length and breadth of Nigeria collecting data on the genocide that was going on in the Middle Belt. I spoke to top politicians. I spoke to the people. I spoke to the victims. I spoke to the perpetrators. Nigeria, the Nigerian government, okay, is an equal opportunity abuser of the Nigerian people. So that was what opened my eyes to the fact that it's not only Igbos that are marginalized. The northerner that you think gained more from Nigeria didn't gain shit. The people that gained are the elite, and they keep their people oppressed. So what we need actually is to liberate the average Nigerian from the shackles of this elitist consensus that has kept Nigerians poor. So that's where the problem lies, and that's what we overlook in our bid to think that is our people are more much. I'm Igbo. I will always tell you that. I am proud, and I'm a proud Igbo man. But I have seen facts and data that showed me that it's not common. It's not because the Northerners hit the Igbos or the Yorubas hit the Nile. No, the foot soldiers keep on making noise during elections. We have hardcore tribalists. They exist across board. But what unites us is much more than what divides us. That's what I have seen on the streets of Nigeria because I have traveled the length and breadth of it. And I came back with this realization that we are better off if we fight to eliminate these people that are holding us to a ransom across border in Nigeria. We can talk about the loose federation some other time.
Sure.
All these are possibilities. Okay. I am not closing out any possibility, but these are issues that we could discuss. We can discuss. And if we decide to go our separate ways, so be it. But anybody using force to force anybody out of a federation, I would never support that. Be that person my brother or my sister. No, I wouldn't. We have to talk and we can. So I will leave it at that.
All right.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, Dr. Franklyne. And we're going to take a break. When we come back, we review what happened today. Thank you. right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much, those that joined us. I'm sorry for those who didn't get a chance to ask question or make a comment. I promise that I will bring him back next month, July. I think we are booked for June, but I'll bring him back in July. Again, thank you. It's a good time for those who did not like the show to like the show. Share it if you can, so that more people will see it. Again, I appreciate all of you. Those on the comment sections, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to pick a question or two from there, but we do better next time and pick questions from that section. Again, I appreciate all of you. Okay. I said that next Sunday we're going to have Nnamdi Kanu's attorney, Aloy Ejimako, who is going to come here, and he has some things he wants to tell us about. I've been trying to get him for more than 3 years. I don't know the reputation that we have here, that some people don't want to come here, but finally he agreed that he will be here. So we're going to entertain him next Sunday for 3 hours. So prepare if you have any question. He's willing really to talk, and that's more important. Sometimes you have guests that will come and they will hold a lot of things back, but I think he wants to speak. So we do that. All right, let me go around and see what, let me start with those that didn't get a chance to say something now, maybe, oh, they're gone, but those that are also like Ogbunwezeh.
Which one? I'm here now.
All right, let me start with you. What was the thesis? You were reading a PhD.
Indeed, it was a PhD thesis. What I was trying to do is to get him to admit their own failure. I mean, including you too, not personal, of course, but because at the end of Second World War, the general consensus was to build an open society. So that is pretty much a free meal given to the intellectual class, the managerial class, the credential, all those good stuff, to build an open society. But in an attempt to build a world that nothing matters enough to die for, in doing so, they end up building a world that nothing even matters to live for, which he, kind of quotes when he responds to your question by quoting Thomas Hobbes, using his works in the state of nature, but he used a word obsession of nature. That's pretty much a rudderless society where war everywhere, nothing is happening, which pretty much depicts the world as we are seeing it today. But again, in that lane, we also have to admit that the people like John Meshama, who is famous as a realist philosopher, who believe that in the real world, in the practical world, one needs power to actually put things in order, right? Which pretty much represent the name I was using here, the return of God. So he's using all kind of work to represent Trump's, all the leaders that we're having today and all that. But the problem we are having with giving us narrative, not that what he's saying is wrong, but how do we get to this point, right? There's a reason we are having Donald Trump today as the leader of America. We're having the likes of Tinubu, even down to the Hitler. There's a reason for all that, and the reason for what we are experiencing today is due to their failure. Right? For the past 80 years, the word was given to them at the platter of gold. They enriched, few of them arranged themselves, few individuals arranged themselves to support, and they allowed the larger society in poverty. And instead of them actually admitting their failure and go down to the people and say, come, this is what we did wrong, and prove to the people that they are ready to repent and if they deserve a second chance. But instead, they are pointing fingers to those people that align with the people. Yes, whatever name you want to call Trump, people knows. Those that voted for me, they know who disagree. They will disagree with you. No name you go call Tinubu on the book that every people will disagree with you. But that's not the problem. But that's what the intellectuals want you to see as a problem. No, it is due to their failure. So that was where I was getting to for him to. And I know he's not going to disagree with me, but I just wanted to hear how he's going to phrase it, how he's going to end up answering that question. So I think that's where our message, people like him, should spend time on. And you too, Dr. Dameji, over time, I say I go ask you why post African history? Why? When our history we know even know am, we are lost in our history. That's where we should be focused on, trying to trace our way back. But we are teaching post, So these are all the questions that I was trying to factor into him, but unfortunately.
You mean post-colonial, not post-Africa.
Post-colonial history, yes. Why they always ask that question? Why? Why are we teaching that? We don't even know where they come from. That they tell us that. So it's this is just a rhetorical question that I always ask myself from time to time. So I was trying to condense it and put into him that whatever that we see happening today, something led to it, and people, the actors who supervise and nurture those events that led to this war are people like you, Dr. Dameji, the intellectuals, the teachers like him, the researchers and all that. You guys cannot exempt yourself from what is happening around the world today. I feel that's why that is my biggest point in supporting Monday Ogbunwezeh. Yes, he's an illiterate. Yes, he don't know anything. Yeah, he's a fool. But how did we end up with him when we have three all well-educated, well-groomed, cosmopolitan governors that came before him? So why are we pointing finger at him that he is the problem? Why we know admission come? We have failed. Opportunity was given to us to run this world to a better place. We run it down. When we come to that realization, the people will listen. But we are taking them for granted, always trying to theorize everything. If they don't do this, this thing will happen. They don't do this thing. No, the real world shit doesn't work like that. Anyway.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Let me hear from forefathers.
Greetings, Dr. Dameji. Greetings to all the panelists. And I thank Dr. Franklyne for coming in today. I didn't have much of a need to come in because basically he was saying some of the things I've been saying forever. So what is the point? But I do find the idea, it's not a good example when they use Germany compensating this thing. The only similarity is the compensation. Because by that analogy, you are basically saying the Biafrans should compensate the Nigerian state because they lost. Because if Hitler won that war, he wouldn't be compensating Jews, would he? So that is not a very good example. Historically, nations have been compensated. I think I know about the Canadian one, where they tried to compensate the indigenous people that they treated badly. The only people that have not been compensated actually Africans, and maybe they did try with Namibia a little bit, with the Germans, what they did with the Namibians. So it's quite rare you see cases where victors go and compensate the vanquished. It's very, very rare, but it does happen, and apologies do happen. And for the life of me, I don't know why the Nigerian government or anybody, even Goodluck, cannot even apologize. I don't understand that. What is that? Why are you resisting apologizing for causing a genocide within your nation? Two wrongs do not make a right. So that is that. At the core of his analysis, we can point fingers, blame each other.
Sorry, Tunanja. Dr. Dameji, the civil war, what is the official conclusion? Is it a civil war or a genocide? Because now people when they say genocide and then go ask for compensation. If it's a civil war, now anything happens, everything goes. So why asking for compensation when you went to war?
It can be both. If you go out of your way to try to exterminate a population severely and or in part, you know how they put it now. So you can see that two of them have.
But I am surprised some geopolitical analysts will actually say what the Nigerian did is out of that has never happened before, that they expect the Nigerian side to go all the way and see either occupy that part of the country now or totally eliminated them. But for the fact that the Nigerian state did not do that, should be commendable. So
the Nigerian state is a little bit arrogant. I don't know what is wrong with the state, actually. It's really strange because when you think about it, what would it cost them? Look at it. What would it cost them to apologize? I don't understand.
It's admitting of it. That means you are admitting now. That means you are telling them to admit what you are accusing them of. But they are not ready to admit that they do anything.
It's a fact of history. You can't pretend as if you, as a matter of fact, therefore, Tinubu, we apologizing to Igbo for them, taking the trouble to come and colonize us. This is how stupid our leaders are. They would rather go and be apologetic to the foreigners than to even apologize to people in their own country. I don't understand the mentality there, because it's a factual event that has occurred in history. Yes, it's a war, but you also did things that you were not supposed to do. If you commit war crimes, you're supposed to account for it. And I don't know why Nigerians, because Nigeria is not exactly the most powerful.
What if they rephrase it? What if they rephrase it? Instead of painting it as a Biafra Remembrance Day, they should talk about Civil War Remembrance Day, because people also die at the other side too. Are they going to be forgotten?
No, I think
it's the framing. Yeah, I think it's the framing that is.
And see, my own is apologies to acknowledge. I think they have not even done it. They do acknowledge the fact that when the Civil War started, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Nigerian government do remembrance day for all everybody that lost their lives. Just like Americans do. The Nigerian government seems to be copying America step for step. Just as the American government doesn't apologize for anything, for their Civil War and everything, the Nigerian government is copying it. It's like, are you America? I don't understand it.
Forefather, that was exactly what I was saying yesterday, but you didn't let me speak. That was the same thing I said yesterday. It is high time Nigerian government acknowledge that such thing happened to a particular group of people. I don't know why it's so difficult to even talk about this. Every time we talk about it, it's just like tempers, flares up, people get angry and emotional. It's just because it has not been addressed. The wound is still there and it's not gonna heal. People are not gonna move forward until the federal government stand in the middle to say, you know what? Yes, this is what happened. We acknowledge that this happened to this particular tribe of people. And what can we do to make it, acknowledge, apologize? And I think it's gonna heal a lot of people. But the thing is that every time this issue comes up, people try to, push it aside and, feel that it's just only the Igbos. Like you said, other people died too. It's not only Igbo people died. So whether we like it or not, if we don't address this issue of Biafra will keep on coming up. For example, they said yesterday supposed to be like a Biafra day, and somebody in the military said something. Again, I don't understand. Are we in the military regime or are we in the civilian regime? Why would a military, give an order, not to, I just don't get it. That is one of the problems we have as a country in Nigeria. Everybody will wake up, anybody can wake up any morning and just say whatever they want to say. And nobody will counter, cut off whatever the person has said, and we just move on and agree with that. I don't think that is part of democracy, and that's one thing I keep saying, that are we actually practicing democracy in Nigeria? And with what Frank said today, we are actually not. Until we begin to tell ourselves the truth, we need to come together and find out what can work for us. But if we keep deceiving ourselves, saying that we are practicing democracy, we will never move forward.
All right, thank you, Ife. Before we go to AY, let me just point out, forefathers, in America here, they still have the people who believe in the Confederacy in the South. They still reenact the Civil War. They do all those things. I think if you break down everything we talk about in Nigeria, it doesn't stop the American government to keep pushing for a better country, do the right thing. The fact that those people in the South are still celebrating, they still consider the people that fought the Civil War their heroes. When they were moving down their status everywhere, they were complaining about that. They wanted them preserved. So both things can be going on at the same time. Like I said, it's always the responsibility of people who believe that Nigeria can be better, can be fixed, to work on fixing it, and not fixate themselves with those that
Dr. Dameji, on that note, and I think the Memorial Day that was just celebrated was actually started from that angle that you are speaking from. The Black people in South Carolina, after the Civil War ended, in fact, their own the Black people that were killed, then there was no burial they arranged for them. So the Black people around the community South Carolina came together, gathered money, carried their own funeral, and they marched on that day. That actually started the beginning of the Memorial Day that is going to be celebrated nationwide. We are seeing. Somebody, they asked me, what will be the name of the war? Was it not Civil War? Another name they give them back on Nigeria. The Biafrans call it Biafran War, but Nigeria call it a civil war. That's why they ask. What is the official conclusion of the war?
Ovie, whether
Yes.
you call it a civil war, whether you call it Biafra war, some people call it genocide, like Dr. Frank said. But
Great.
whether we like it or not, we just have to understand that a country massacred a tribe. Period. That is all it is.
No, Biafra was a country. Biafra was a country at that time.
Come
it was
on
a country
now,
fighting a country. They declared their independence.
Ovie,
They
come
declared
on,
their independence.
Ovie, come on. I mean,
I am not making it up. I am not making it up now. It was two nations fighting against themselves. Biafra existed for 3 years.
No, hold on, Obia. What we're doing now is just a recap. We're not starting this debate. And then we have a follow-up show that KJ will host. But KJ is running late. So what we're going to do is that I will share the link, which I've done, and people can move there.
If he should host, if he should start the show before he come back.
If he will start the show, then KJ will join. That's what KJ told me. I'm not the one.
You see? You see?
KJ is pleading that if he should start the show, he will join and continue. So let me just quickly hear from people, and then we end it. Let me hear from AY. AY, you didn't get a chance to talk to me. AY, go ahead.
Hey, Dr. Damages. Actually, I was next to Mr. Oti. Yeah? I was supposed to be the first. Yeah?
Oh, was that what happened? I don't know.
All your sin, I forgive you, at least for bringing Miss Dr. Franklyne. Yesterday we discussed this Biafra thing. Sincerely, I also agree with Dr. Franklyne. We discussed it extensively with Forefather. I think Nigeria should. Apology is not even enough. I think in uniting the country, I have said this several times. If you watch during Obasanjo at least he was able to share power across the country. This is how everybody will feel part of the country. I don't know why we deviated from that. Since the inception of APC, they don't care how this power is shared. Sincerely, if there would be any constitutional amendment, what I think Nigeria should do, share at least the top 12 positions across the 6 geopolitical zones. If the Northwest are getting president, move the other position to the south, let one of the regions in the south have it, move the other position to the north, move the other position to the south. This is how this country can even have anything that resembles unity. But what is funny is, even some of the people complaining, they don't also believe in justice. This is where my problem lies. With Dr. Franklyne, sincerely, I can't agree more with that guy. His subjectivity, his knowledge of issues is apt. It's the same thing we say here every time. The only difference is his security when it comes to the platform is from the Southeast. But the kind of things he's saying, which are just objective issues, if you come here and speak them, some people will tell you, oh, you hate my people. I don't think we should be thinking like this. We should try to stay in line. Some things will hurt you. Some things you just have to accept. Just look at the issues, for example. On Iran, the same thing I'll be saying here. On issue of Trump, the same. Nigeria government, the same. The issue of Nigeria unity, actually, the same thing. See, Nigerian unity, I believe it can be negotiable. But my point is, even if you divide Nigeria, it doesn't guarantee that any region is going to have unity. No. Even the IPOB currently that is leading the succession in Nigeria, go and check the organization. They are so divided. There is a big division in IPOB. Chris, we agree with that. He's a member. So there is a big, what if you give them power? Without power, there is fight among the IPOB leadership. Tell me, give them power, what will happen? That was the same thing that happened in South Sudan. The moment they got power, they started the war. So that's just the honest truth. But we will pretend all we want. It's just the truth. That is hopefully we can learn from, because if we can unite and work together and be progressive, that will be better for everybody. But right now, with this security going on, with the economy, with the country crisis in the country, people mind are just everywhere. People are so divided. We just need the leadership that will lead Nigeria, do something that will resemble justice. When you bring justice, you will see unity will come. When people see that, okay, you do something, because during Obasanjo, I watched this thing happen. I'm not praising Obasanjo. Obasanjo did a lot of wrong things too. I criticize him for some things. But in terms of uniting the country, Obasanjo did a lot that the crisis was reduced instead of in terms of marginalized, this kind of stuff. So the crisis were reduced. So hopefully we'll get back there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Who is next? Let me hear. Chris, go ahead. Just 2 minutes so that we can round this up and start the other stream.
Yes, a lot of things to unpack here. First, but I just want to be quick.
There will be time to do that when you go to the next one, but go ahead.
Yes, the reason why actually, people like him, people like Hyundai, his friend, he called up. So they come here, they speak this big grammar. But when you come to the interrogation, for instance, I told him, the only African country that we know of that built this fired rocket was Biafra. And then he wants technology to be the bedrock for African development. So he can't have Biafra, but he wants the technology. You see, there's something people misunderstand about Pan-Africanism. They think that unity is absence of segregation. No, that's not true. You see, I have told people, no country can grow outside its culture. Okay, outside her culture, no country can grow outside her culture. I've given an example of fish inside the river and fish inside the pond. Okay, now I want him to understand again, because he is talking about diversity. Diversity without hybridization does not work. So when you hear strength in diversity, doesn't mean that existence of diversity confers strength. It is when you hybridize it from the very goal, from the beginning of when the Azikiwe, Awolowo, and Saduano Sokoto were talking about Nigeria. They asked, what do we do with this contraction, this white man is living with us? They have 3 visions. And to my understanding, that 3 visions are still prevalent today.
2 minutes is gone. Can I have 2 minutes is gone? Can I actually, I just want to speak in support of what you're saying. 2 minutes is gone. I mean, can I have more 1 minute?
So those 3 visions are still prevalent today. So in other words, unless they want to go back and understand how to restructure this country, okay, make it so that nations can grow according to their own culture. Even in education, if I have time, I will explain these things. Education,
yeah.
But let me say this: just education, culture is the reason why the North is not educated as they suppose educated education, because they are talking about Western education. And then why the South is more educated, or why Igbos are more educated in this sense, is due to culture.
Okay, so Chris, you can explore this more.
Anyway.
Yeah, but thank you so much.
Can I
just, go ahead.
Well, yes. So, Chris, actually, yes. I share. I mean, we have parallel views on this. Again, even Frank, the last question, I mean, that was my question. He answered this thing up. So he's not totally averse to, if like, the possibility of having what Chris is agreeing for. And I mean, I believe in that also. Is unity can just be at at the cost of the development of any particular section or people or group. So it can only be a virtue when it allows that diversity, that divergence of outlooks, and if like abilities, competencies. Okay, so you have to make room for that. You can't just stultify people's growth in the name of unity. It's not going to work. People will be unhappy. So, in other words, there has to be serious discussion about this, going forward. What kind of nation? It's not the Nigeria as we have it today in the name of people saying unity. No, it's not. That is a lie, So, I mean, what kind of one nation one Nigeria, and then you have for example, this current regime, just one section of the country dominating. So I mean, this is who is fooling who. So it's not working. So we just have to be honest and then tell ourselves the truth. Okay, people have different orientations, different outlook, different values. If people want to perhaps have a different jurisprudence, Sharia, somewhere. Well, look, we have to think and see how that can work. If that is their vision of their future, so that can be imposed on others. So that's really.
Thank you so much, Oti. Ikolola.
Thank you again, Dr. Damages. I actually came back to address this issue of Biafra and take my cue from Dr. Franklyne. You see, he said something about the xenophobia in South Africa and the people who are engineering all these things behind. Sometimes you wonder, those who really clamor for Biafra, who is engineering them? Because, and there was another question. What are the Igbo leaders doing in their own community to demonstrate the suffering, to show and hold it as a symbol of the Igbo tribe? You don't see it. They just come and say they want Nigeria to compensate them. Do something yourself to show that. And if you go to Umuahia and you go to the War Museum, you walk into that bunker and you appreciate what the Igbo man did for himself. But go there today, the place is derelict. And they come here and shout they want the unity, they want the Nigerian government. You wonder who is sponsoring all this. Is it just a self agenda of some people that has been placed? It has been talked over and over and over and over and over again. Those who don't even understand who is sponsoring those people are now clamoring for it. Because you should ask yourself that basic question. Then when you have done that, when you have achieved that, probably the center would see with you. But the Igbo land is in a derelict state in most part of it. And like he said, the Dr. Franklin said, the only governor he sees that is working in the whole of Igbo land is Oti. How many Igbo states do we have? And these Igbos come here and shout Biafra every day. But I mean, the states you have doesn't even function. So we're waiting for Nigeria to still come and compensate. I mean, you have to show me. You have to show me you can handle small businesses before I give you big business. So this is what I want to say about that in this Biafra issue that always comes up, And he also pointed out to the idea of voting. Look, the war in Ukraine, the war in Iran is about balkanizing those states. It's about turning them into small entities that would have no say in world affairs? Is that what the Igbo man wants? To be one small entity that lives somewhere like Botswana and nobody hears about it? You know, you need to really ask yourself these questions, not just say, "Oh, Biafra, Biafra, Biafra." What have you done? And even if you have that Biafra, is that really what you want? To be a non-entity somewhere that anybody can run roughshod on whenever
Sorry,
they
Mr.
want?
Kolaland, I don't know how you get to the nerve to be talking about this. I mean, this Biafra and all that. Seriously, seriously.
Can you moderate him?
Compared to what?
Can you moderate him?
Where are you from? Where are you coming from?
Okay,
It's a nonsense.
So Oti, hold on.
No,
Oti, let
you have
somebody
to
speak
explain
now.
yourself.
Why are you doing that?
You have to, exactly. No, but I'm willing to let him explain. You don't say somebody's talking nonsense without explaining yourself.
It is a nonsense. What if Igbo land is derelict? Compared to what? Tell me, yes, you compare Igbo land to which land?
Oti, hold on. We'll get to that. I'm the one that will open the studio and the next studio, so that if he can moderate, you guys can switch over there and then the conversation can be wide. I just want to hear feedback from everybody. Femi, you're next.
Yeah. So I want to start from what we just noticed by urging people to let people speak. Especially when you've spoken and no one is interrupted. I think it's just respectful. But that said, I was looking up something just to be sure that I got my facts right, and it has to do with Pierre Nkweke from the Popular Physics textbook. I think he also wrote one for chemistry as well. And just listening and imagining what I've always had within me. I think one of the things that would help, especially when we pick something like education to get us out of this conundrum, if you will, is philosophy, and which is also my belief that about even going back to our cultures as well, because we're becoming a lost generation in itself if nothing is not done. Because if you look at a lot of these countries that have made advances, continue to make advances, a lot of their reliance is dependent on even their languages. Textbooks, for example, written in their local languages. And I say this as well in regards to the fact that when you look at what's considered to be the backwardness of the North, it's not because they're not intelligent. I can tell you that because I grew up there. I went to school with some of those guys. It's something to do with part of it has to do with how much, forget about even Boko Haram, how much they do not seem to want to embrace what they consider might tarnish their culture. And even when you look at Africa and Nigeria, part of our problems is that we've so much taken to, just like what Doctor said earlier when it was being questioned and when you had the interview with him, we seem to think everything that the white man, even up until tomorrow, says or does is right, even as exemplified by what we continue to see happen in what's it called in Iran, for example, right now. Now, the other point I want to say before my time is up is, when people tell you things like, and of course, at least I've given some kind of solution, and it's something I'm thinking in my own sphere of influence. I'm actually writing something on that part, but that's an aside. When people come and tell you things like, go back to Nigeria and go and fix it, that's not an argument. When you're trying to have conversations and you hear things like that, it's as if you're not saying anything, because that's not a conversation. That's not a deep. Well, because I see that a lot, even when people speak sometimes and trying to have their own way, as though me and you had problems somewhere before. I beg, just like was KJ will say, I did not cause Nigeria's problem. Maybe I'm part of it, perhaps. But I beg, small. I don't know. A lot of us don't know each other from anywhere. Like even if you would say, as an example. So don't take it too personal like that, And so we're not gonna agree all the time. So I beg, small. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So what we're going to do now is we're going to switch over to the other stream. Forefathers is here, so I think that might help, because if he doesn't have the right to bring you in and everything, and I won't be able to stay for long, and I'm worried about if people are not joining, people don't join the first 10 minutes, which I hope to stay for that period. I won't be able to, if you will not be able to bring you in until KJ gets home. So that's what we're going to do. So please, I will just round up by thanking everybody who watched the show today, who became part of it. Those that supported us, Kulata, thank you so much. Guy, thank you so much. Don, thank you. Nana, thank you so much. And Mr. Show, thank you. Oscar Blackbone, thank you. But why? Thank you so much. Oscar Blackbone, thank you so much. And those that helped me behind the scene, my executive producer Show, all the people that worked on the show, my new intern, Ogbunwezeh, thank you so much for reading the news for us. And everybody who watched at home, I appreciate all of you. Like I said, next Sunday we are going to bring Aloy Jimako, who is the lawyer for Nnamdi Kanu. He will join us, and we will have a conversation that will go beyond just the case and other things involved. All right. Thank you, Ifemi, for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you, Ifi, for being here. Thank you, Ikolola. Thank you, Oti. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Forefathers. Thank you, AY. Thank you, Ovie. We are basically switching over to the next one. And if you don't come in the first 10 minutes, Ifi will talk to herself and anybody who is there, because she won't be able to, Forefathers is there. Forefathers can help. I mean, you can do background thing for Ifi, you know, if you have time. All right. Again, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate everybody. I will see you next door, and then of course I will see you again next Saturday. Bye. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.